Hello, everyone, and welcome to the stream. I am Zim, and this is Guild Tales Dungeons and Dragons. We are going to start off with our introductions, starting with Enja.
Hello, I am Angel Liberace. I will be the storyteller for this day, and possible ally and antagonist both. Master of all events, as the party happens upon them. Next, Cyrus, if you would.
Hello.
Cerus.
I'm Wustine Owl. I'll be playing Cyrus, or however you wish to call it at this given day. And I am the Hunter Ranger and Circle of Spores Druid. On to Graham. Oh, I'm an Owlin, by the way. Forgot that. Yep.
I am Eisen. I am playing Graham Ashfell, the Hexblade Warlock, War Domain Cleric hybrid. Also, Cyrus, you better figure out a pronunciation for your name. We're gonna let the voice to text determine it.
So,
You're not-
Now, Cordon.
After the clouds.
Hello, I'm Archnew Rob. I shall be playing Corridan, the Artificer Armourer. Has not yet disclosed his species to the rest of the party, or indeed to anyone in the stream. Loot. Yes. Next person.
Hello, I am Neonivik, and I am playing the Illustriate Rabbit Dancer, third-party class, Loot Tutor. Off to you, Nim.
I am Zim, and I am playing Nim, the noble wolf, a sentient feral wolf, wizard, as well as Silver, also a noble wolf, but a warrior. And lastly, next up we do have someone that's not here, which would be Cray, who is played by Moriarty, and then Elemen.
Hello, everybody. I'm Raharu, and I'm playing Elemen, the Paladin Red Fox of the group.
And now it's time for the recap. Let's see. I think we're going to turn that over to Graham, since he had the most that he did last session.
That is true.
Well. Oh, let's see. How much do I remember? Trying to think of what the other party members did. Besides the basically the sleepover. Anyways, Graham is still dealing with his rage that that the sentient dryad was once again subjected unwillingly to essentially a magical mishap. Was very angry, and it ended up fighting Golkasa, who soundly kicked his ass straight into the ground. And being lost and confused, Graham's patrons decided that they would try to improve or sway him in an attempt to prove that one of them was better to the other. And did some fuckery with him. The party promptly freaked out, as Graham seemed to not remember much of anything about them, and seemed to be having many details of his life incorrectly remembered.
Freak out is an understatement. I have never seen Cray so panicked before.
Yes.
last time it was a short session, so I honestly don't remember what else anybody else did.
A lot of trying to investigate what happened to Graham. There was also Tree taking Cyrus and Nim to
Ah, that's right.
another plane.
Yes, several people went and found that went to one of Tree's favorite places in the wide range of different planes.
If I remember correctly, they specifically went to a place where there was a lot of tall grass, and then there was a long discussion about a non-canon discussion about Pokemon.
That also happened. Yes, you went to the plane of planes. There's nothing else but an endless plane.
The plane of planes.
And then the tall grass triggered one of our party's longer sidetrack events.
Hey, another DM joined suddenly.
And then, of course, we had poor Corridon still trying to patch up their armor and equipment, and having not been able to get that patched, struggling to keep it all on and while hiding their true nature at this time. Which has at least garnered a little bit of curiosity from the owl at this point. And courtesy of no one saying that there was any problems and chalking up Graham's incident as another of the party's shenanigans, as just, after an ignored, "Is everything okay down there?" is currently up with Corridon, so I'm sure that'll be fine.
Corridon and Sirius have Marten, right?
Yep.
You
Corridon
cut
and
out a
Sir-
little bit there.
Both of us do have Marten phones.
I was
I don't think Cordan actually finished. Cordan was waiting on Element to return
right.
his paperwork. His paperwork is still at Element's house, unfinished.
Yeah, I haven't been able to go back to my house to give it to you.
Well, I think you fetched it. It's just a matter of giving it.
Oh, right. No, I did fetch that. There just hasn't been time for me to give it to you.
Hasn't been a moment at all.
Just imagine
aligned.
Just imagine the contract's been punched through while Element took a hit during all that fighting.
I hope not.
Congratulations, telephone book armor.
Okay, as soon as the session starts, I want to make a mass group up with everybody except Graham.
Okay.
Including me?
You don't have a Marten phone, so I can't include you. Sorry.
Oh,
You should get a Marten phone.
no. No death contracts.
You can have a Marten phone. Regardless, they're not exclusive to the group.
The group just has the easy access to them because
They are a service
started
who
with-
exists.
Yeah, but they have a thing where if you do certain things,
Dude.
the Martins will kill you.
The only
Yeah, if you intentionally try to harm your Marten.
the only thing that will get you killed by the Marten talking ever if you purposely try to harm the Marten or you purposely try to put the Marten in harm's way. There's nothing else.
Keyword on a keyword being purposefully and intentionally.
Basically, they're smart enough that they're not going to. They're probably not going to get hurt on their own. The only way that they'll get hurt is if you do something stupid to your Marten.
Yeah,
Well,
and since they're telepathic, they would know whether you did something on purpose or not.
yeah. Well, my lawyer is looking at it. But yeah, I don't have one.
Even if you did have one, Element would know that you have one right now.
Yeah.
That said, I suppose we can continue on, though I'm pretty sure everyone is currently, unless there's an exception from someone, I'm pretty sure everyone's still in the house. It is at the night right now. It's not even daytime, and we're throwing aside our sleep and trying to figure out what in the world is going on.
Mm-hmm.
Aside from Cirrus and Rob, who are off on their own thing because no one bothered to call back either of us. So,
Cirrus and who?
Cordon.
Oh shoot! Did I say Rob? Whoops.
You said
Yes,
Rob.
you did.
I suddenly appear.
You call the player himself.
But I suppose that's the setup enough is needed.
God, the existential crisis of realizing that there's a player, therefore, oh god, does everyone else have one?
Nim knows. But all said, I do believe there
I
should be
know
multiple
what?
responses.
What is it that I know?
We're joking of if a player popped into existence, or if the veil was thrown, if you will, and chuckling at, oh, Nim might probably know.
Hmm.
Oh. Might.
Is
All said.
Kale.
All said otherwise, I do believe the party's down below discussing Graham, and Cirrus and Corridon are up top side, probably about to encounter by this point, but oh well.
As Cirrus last session went upstairs to check on Cordan, who, in his haste to get upstairs, left pretty much every door between his room and himself open.
Oh no.
So, how shall we start?
I don't want to start by with the element making a group call with the immediate group.
Yep.
That will, except Graham. That will be Nim, Cirrus.
I believe Rob.
No, Rob doesn't have a Marten phone yet.
And we need to get on that.
Yeah, and
Corridon doesn't have home yet.
that would, I guess that would just be Nim and Cirrus, because Cray is not here.
Well, you can try and put Cray on it, but Cray won't respond.
Graham feeling tired is just gonna pile a bunch of like pillows into like a mountain and then just sleep under that.
Pillow fort established.
Basically.
Find some of the click-clacks while he's building it.
Well, cue the phone, I suppose, or the Marten, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
Cirrus.
I don't know who's calling who.
Element is calling Cirrus and Nim.
Okay. Nim will answer.
Cirrus will answer.
Okay. So we have a big problem. We have a big problem on our hands. I have been trying to think what is it that we can do about Graham's entire situation and with the information that we have been getting thus far. I was wondering if any of you had any ideas yourselves.
I'm not fully aware of what's up. As far as I know, there's just a little bit of memory loss, but I'm sure that can probably be resolved in some fashion.
Oh, okay. You weren't here for when Graham's cousin came here to kind of enlighten us a bit more about this thing. Let me try. Let me try and summarize. Well, you know how Graham is a warlock, right?
I believe so,
Or,
yes.
or partly a warlock. Well, apparently, Graham has two patrons. I don't know. I don't know how usual or unusual that is for a warlock to do, but apparently his family usually only have one, but there's this branch part of the family that have another. But Graham apparently is connected to both of them, and apparently these two patrons of it ended up splitting him in half, metaphorically, or something like that. He's has apparently been split in half between a side of him that is nice and innocent, and a side of him that is him at his most first. Basically, Grandma is happiest and Grandma is most frustrated. At least in theory. We actually don't know. We actually not entirely sure.
Wonder if that's the side I saw when I met him the second time.
Like, I wouldn't know. Maybe. But yeah, apparently the reason why he can't remember us, we can't remember anything, because that's the nice side of him is basically trying to push back anything that would cause him stress, which is the majority of his life, I imagine.
That checks out. Unfortunately, I'm not sure what I can offer, and
Well, we know. Well, the only people that we could possibly have we could get information from about this would be other people that also are patrons to these gods. But unfortunately, that means Grant's family, which, well, I personally can't get in contact with them. I don't know about the two of you.
Remember, Eleanor is here.
Yes, but she doesn't know. We established she doesn't know much.
Yes,
She
she is from the Snowfall family.
she doesn't know how to call it. She doesn't know much about how to fix Graham. We asked her already.
well, when Graham was really angry and whatnot, when I met them the second time, it was over what the main of the bulk of the party had done, or I think actually no, that might have just been. I think that was just Cray and Nim at the time. I guess you could probably start there. Is the best I can offer you there.
Hmm.
I'm gonna go check on Corridon though. They were upstairs in a hurry, so I'll be listening.
Okay. Well, the thing I was thinking about is that, well, we know we can't go to the Ashfield directly to ask them for information about Graham, because if they know Graham's current state, Graham is gonna be in a lot of trouble.
Well, it
But
sounds like that's just closer to what they're normally at.
no, but I mean trouble. I mean trouble. Trouble in the sense that, like, I don't know Graham's entire story with his family, but the things I do know is that his family is basically cursed with being aggressive, which is part of the reason why Graham is so aggressive himself, despite not wanting to be. And his family is full of evil psychopaths because of that, and Graham doesn't want to be one, but his family wants him to be one. And in Graham's current state, he's basically being reset to where before he even began training, because he's telling himself that he's an apprentice cleric at the moment. If Graham goes right now to his family in this state, it basically be a do-over for his father to do whatever he can to make Graham into what he wants him. Do you understand now?
I believe so. Like I said, just let me know if they try to leave or anything. I'll be happy to tag along with them.
Yeah.
That said, if it's wanton aggression and all that, perhaps can start with just dulling down the chaos around here a touch, or giving them a break. This has all been back to back for me over here. I've not had a day off from all this nonsense ever since meeting all of you, so I don't know how. It sounds as though Graham's been with you all a long time, and I don't know how that weighs on all of you. So I don't
Yeah,
know. Maybe make some peace with them on that, and try to work through whatever that might be.
I mean, we can't do that. Graham doesn't remember any of us at the moment. We can try and improve our situation with each other after we actually find a way to get his memories back. Like I was saying, though, the thing is that we can't go to the Asheville's for this, so our only other option will be to somehow get in contact with with somebody else from the Snowfield. Unfortunately, the one person from the Snowfield that we do have access to doesn't really know much because she's also like young and an apprentice. So the only other option we have is somehow to get into their church or quarters, but that is also a problem because the Snowfields are monitored by the Ash. So how could we get information from them without them knowing that that we got it?
I
There
mean,
are a
they
few.
can know that we got it. I see no reason they couldn't.
I
If
mean,
anything, they might just be happy that they're looking into more of their past and whatnot. They don't have to know that this is to recover them.
I suppose so. I suppose as long as Graham isn't. I suppose as long as they know I suppose as long as they don't know Graham's condition, they might not connect it. But they also could possibly, just because this might be something that has happened to their family before. So that's why I'm trying to see if it's possible for us to be discreet. I know it's a tall order, but
Well, just keep an eye on them.
I mean,
If I didn't have if I could have the chance to get my potions, I'd be more than happy to just kind of keep watch for the night, but I don't have those at the moment yet. I'll pick some up tomorrow, I suppose.
what I'm trying, the things I do have a few things that I can think of in my head to try and get information out of the Snowfells. The most obvious reason is to just barge in, but that's probably not a good idea. Another option I can think of is to maybe ask somebody with contacts with the Orso to see if we can get an audience with them. Lute could probably help us with that, but I don't know. I don't know how reliable he will be in that regard. Another thing is I could use my authority as a board representative to try and get into contact with them, but that may not be the best option since the Boros and the Orcs aren't really on the best of terms. And one more.
Alternatively, I just teleport in there, find one of them, and teleport back with them. We could probably have them over here and then back without anyone noticing.
You know,
Unless they've got praised defenses up and all that, that might complicate things, but it's possible.
Yeah, we ought. But if we could actually do that, maybe we could ask Eleanor to see if maybe there is any specific snowfall that could give us the information that we want, or at least one we could trust. I guess I could ask her right now. I'm gonna do that.
All
Eleanor,
right.
I have to ask,
Yes.
how is there anybody in your family who you think could have any information when it comes to any more information when it comes to Graham's current condition?
Well, let's see. A snowfall partner to a deviant ashfall. Technically, I suppose, there is his partner, but that's the matriarch. I
Uh,
haven't
whose
had
whose partner?
the leader's partner.
Wait, are you talking about Graham's father?
Yes. He also has his set partner. I
Uh,
don't know if they get along very well, though, but they are partners.
mm, well, you know that there isn't anybody else. There isn't anybody else that you could think of? I am not entirely sure if going after if trying to reach the matriarch would be a good idea.
She's the one I know most about because everyone knows her.
I
Well,
see.
who else? Like she's not the oldest, but she is the most claimed, I suppose.
Also,
See,
when you can, Dusty, I wouldn't mind a long rest once the night is over.
definitely. You boys sure do a lot in a day.
Back to back. No break.
No joke.
Apart from that, there are two that come to mind.
Oh,
Yes. There is one named, well, unsurprisingly, Covenant.
see.
And another one named Kenza.
Covenant and Kansas.
Yep.
See, I see.
They're more active in trying to facilitate peace.
I see. Hmm. The reason I'm asking is because we want to try to see if we could reach out to one of them to see if we can get more information on condition.
So, well, given that those two are a little bit more active, they also tend to be a bit more social with the others. So I guess if there's anyone you could ask, it would be them.
I see. Okay. I'll have to keep that in mind to see if maybe we find them. Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, I am speaking back in the Marten phone here. Okay, Nim, did you hear what she said?
I'm
She's in
standing
the
right here, yes.
okay, and I just want to make sure. So we have three possible people that we could that we could ask. We have the matriarch, which might not be a good idea. Then there's Covenant, and which one was the last one?
Kenza.
And Ken.
I put them in Guild Tale so you can remember.
Okay, Covenant and Kenza. Okay, Covenant and Kenza. So we can't just teleport and just ask around for them. So I think what we could do is try and find them and then look for them so we can execute the plan.
I mean, given that there are guards, you could go in there. You might be spotted, or they might. Well, any number of things could happen. Shush. Any number of things could happen.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lack of information generally.
Yeah. So what I am actually thinking is to see if we can find their locations right before we go teleporting anywhere. I actually think I might go ask Lute to see if he can find anything before we proceed, because he does have connections with the Arsa. He might be, at the moment he's our best bet when it comes to getting information on that guild. Unless we ask one of our Demir friends. Give me
You
my
could
answer.
try and go through official channels, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. I'm saying this through the Marten, by the way. So
Yes, that's right. That's right.
people. So the only two people that are hearing this are Nim and Cirrus.
Cirrus is borderline ready to hang up and just check on Cordon soon. So, well, it does sound prudent to plan a little more. Is there anything more directly needed of me before I check on Cordon?
If you don't want to discuss about this, Sarah, you might leave. I am just trying to get a solid plan before we execute, because this is a little bit serious.
No worries, I don't mind. I just figure I don't know. I'm a little tired at this point.
We're all tired. Believe me, I want to go to sleep too. It's just that this situation just brought itself into our lab in the middle of the
Ruvican
night.
pokes out of the owl's fluff. Why don't you just leave me there then? Nim goes, drops me off. I come back later, perhaps in a day, and I'll tell you what I figured out.
Oh, that is actually a good idea.
I'm a gerbil. You think they'll find me?
No, you can even try throw me in. I'm not sure how that'll work.
I mean, unless it's a major church, in which case I'm just gonna catch fire. But well, then we'll know.
There is
the Orzhov, the people who have a bunch of who basically live in churches.
Yeah, the Orzhov live in churches, Rubicon. So this is not a good idea.
I don't know how much demon I count as right now. However,
do you want to risk it? We still don't know what happens if your gerbil form is destroyed.
well then, I guess Cyrus will just have to finish summoning me again.
Okay.
If it wasn't back to back, I'd probably be further along on this, but it was something I'd wandered to the Rakdos campus of curiosity. I've got a little bit on that, but that can be addressed whenever we're not trying to put out all of the fires that we have around us at this point.
Hey, hold on a moment. Isn't there some crazy magic man? Can't he maybe put some anti-divine thing on me?
I didn't. Now that I think about it, I didn't think of this, but maybe Raylo could help in this.
Or maybe like some protection from good spell, maybe?
Grand has protection from good and evil.
Hey boy, do you want to help me commit a crime?
I mean, you'd have to wake Graham up because Graham went to sleep. But he did mention that he did mention that he does have protection from good and evil as the very limited number of cleric spells that he has.
Support cleric spells at that. Only support.
I can help you with that as well as needed, but I need a night's rest.
Yeah. Okay, so Sarah's name. I think tomorrow I am going to ask Lud to see if ask Lud about getting information on where these members of the Asheville are, and then we can try and go meet them. So does that sound good?
All goes well, sounds fine by me.
How about you, Nim?
I'm still
Works
taking
for
time.
me.
Okay. Okay. We should probably get some rest because it's been a long day today, and this new fire of ours just got thrust into our laps. We need some rest to even begin doing this properly. Okay.
Rest well, fine fellows.
Okay. Elamin hacks the call, and then he's going to flop into the nearest sofa.
Pillow time.
Sir is just idly, just face palms for all intents and purposes. All right, Cordon, you good in there? Just gonna completely forget things a little bit and just kind of just wandering at this point because all of the things.
Let's see. I know Eileen is also here. Was there any other ensemble members who are probably gonna go?
I don't remember if
Nope, it was just Eileen and Eleanor. And Eleanor came over because she was hanging out with Eileen brought her over. That's the
Yeah,
only reason why Eileen was
she
even here.
yeah, she's basically like her keeper. She's basically
Yeah, Eileen
I thought that was Elena.
Elena is her keeper, but Eileen basically teleported her here.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, Eileen teleported her here because I asked who is the one that I call again?
Tanya.
Yeah,
Called
because
Tanya.
because I called Tanya to please bring her ASAP.
It is a bit curious how only Pluto and Tanya have the phones so far.
Oh, I also forgot to mention that Graham actually managed to freak even Golkasa out.
He thought it was his fault. He hit you with a hammer and then a boulder. It's like, hello. Uh-oh. I probably did that.
That was funny.
Before Elemi passes out, he's going to call out to Elena and Eileen, to Eleanor and Eileen. Thanks for the information. You actually gave us a good lead.
Well, we're happy to help. This is quite the situation.
No kidding. We just got done fighting the demonic sniper shrubs, and now we have these to deal with. We can't catch a break right now. Not to mention the seekers are still lurking about.
Yeah, I suppose they are, but technically, I don't believe they can complete their goals.
Yeah, thankfully. You know, now that I think about it, Relo might be able to help with Grant's situation, but at the moment he's probably busy with the request we gave him beforehand. So it's better if we go to the Snowfells directly. We can help it.
Right. Well, I suppose good luck with that.
Thanks.
And as they leave, everyone's resting, I imagine.
Other than the knocking on corridors by this point, as somewhere along all of this talking and originally took it before, but oh well. Certainly actually having walked in on Cordon at this point somewhere.
oh dear. Yes.
Unless that's problematic. But hey.
It's happened now, so we might as well.
Corridon,
Go
ahead.
No, sorry, you go ahead.
Don't worry, Cirrus is literally just so burnt out with the day. They have literally walked into the door, just simply starting with a "Hey, Corridon," unless they're interrupted by whatever is seen.
Corridon is currently, his robe is spread out over the floor, and he's holding two pieces of his breastplate and attempting to line them up and mend them at the same time and failing miserably. You would see the eldritch horror that is Corridon, not disguised by his robes. Much chitin, much angles and limbs and things that don't look particularly right.
Slender insectoid, what folds in on itself. Maybe a centipede piece here and there.
Yes.
Ah, lovely. Yeah, no, then I guess it's a... Hey, Corridon... Corridon?
Corridon seems to be completely absorbed in his work and just glances up and says, "Yes, did you need something?"
Okay, that is you. Good.
Of course it's me. What do you... And he looks up and he realizes, oh.
Not...
And freezes for a
well,
moment
I'll
and then
be.
makes a mad scramble to
Yep.
kind of grab his respirator and shove it over his mandibles and just... It doesn't help, does it?
So it's just giving a wave. No, don't worry. It's not... I just... Props to you on hiding that.
It was quite difficult
uh-huh.
and took much practice.
Well, it sounds like the main party down below. It's good to see you're okay, I suppose, then. Well, yeah, are you okay?
I am physically well. I do not understand how I was healed, but there is no wound, no visible wound, save for the rent in my armor. Having some difficulty
wonderful.
holding it in place.
Hey, are you a follower of Twirgus?
Perhaps I'm not.
Swigus.
Perhaps I'm not the only. Oh,
Technically my patron, Demon Lord of Change, looks like a soup of limbs.
Oh. Gordon doesn't have a religion. He's just menial worker from the hive. He is small worker case.
Oh, there's just a species like you, naturally. Huh. Well, I'll be.
Oh, so, in character. I didn't realize this was in character. I thought you were just having a moment.
No.
Corridon turns to the small gerbil and... I do not a follower of who?
Twirgus. Greater Demon Lord of Change.
I am unfamiliar.
Constantly changing its physical form. Madness if you look upon it directly.
Corridon's not of this world. They may not be familiar with them. You can try describing them.
That's really hard to do because they don't have one set form. It's like if you asked every child to make one thing, but you gave a vague description, and every day it was one other child's description. It changes by the minute. I literally cannot.
Well, does that sound familiar in any fashion, Corridon?
I must admit it does not. Matters such as faith or ideals were handled by the matriarchs and not by our case.
Oh, all right then.
Well, I understand a little why you do hide it at the very least, and now I understand your scuttling, so that's fair. Uh, if you need help with repairing that, I can do. I can see about helping with that, but I suppose I'll just let you know. Uh, Element and Nim, it sounds like, want to try to figure out what's wrong with Graham here in a bit. So I think they're going to let us sleep, but just be aware they might come up and bother us. Hope not, but we'll see.
Corridon just silently looks towards you and towards the door, and then back at you, and just droops his head a little bit. Just, I suppose it is unavoidable at some point. For now, I could use your help with this. I cannot quite hold the plates well enough with these. And he holds up his hands, which Element saw previously, of just very, very long talons that are great for holding small, delicate pieces, not so much big, heavy items.
Rubicon starts holding up a tooth. Would you like to be something else?
So this is just chuckling a little.
Well, it may be an interesting experiment at a later date. For now, I'd rather deal with one problem at a time.
All right then.
More than happy. You're welcome at my place for that, if ever. That said, here, look, allow me to help, and Cyrus is going to just close the door and probably hopefully not spend too much of the night on this, but there's a small risk of just a short rest for all this.
No. You're all getting a long rest. I do not do shorts. Unless you specifically just sit down for an hour. If you sleep, it's long rest. Unless it's just a nap.
Well, then, yes. Cyrus and Corridon are just gonna enjoy the evening, patching up work. Much mending cantrips to be burnt.
Yes. And Corridon will, of course, offer to mend Cyrus's own gear if he has not yet done so. He can handle fabric.
Mm-hmm.
All right, on to next day.
Overnight, Corridon will probably sleep on the floor or tuck himself into a corner so the bed would be free.
Hey, do I have to make a roll to see if Element can wake up early, considering he's exhausted? Because I wanna try and wake him up early.
Go ahead.
Earlier than the rest. What kind of roll would that be?
Let's see. What role would that be? All I can imagine is a Constitution save, or perhaps Wisdom to will yourself to do it.
Let's go with Wisdom.
I don't think you did it. Your body demands rest, and so does your mind.
Okay. Yep, Element is gonna wake up with everybody else, or maybe even later. It's been too long of a long day.
And everyone rests.
Question, Corridon. Do you have bed, or is Cyrus just going to use, or shall I just use one of the polymorph teeth and use a pillow or something?
He said that the bed is available because Corridon is sleeping on a corner or something because of his current.
Cray gave Corridon the use of one of his guest rooms, so it doesn't have a bed. But Corridon is still far more used to sleeping in, hard, cramped locations. So he'll just tuck himself into a corner, and that would be more comfortable for him. He's not in his robes. He's just kind of relaxed now.
Cordon finds the clothes hamper, empties it, and goes to sleep in it.
He's far too large now to be in a clothes hamper. He'll probably tuck himself between the bed and the wall, or under it, or around it, and just snooze. He is after Sirius seems to have somewhat accepted him. He's far more relaxed. Greatly touched in his own way that Sirius didn't immediately scream and flee like every single other person he's ever met.
Even in your own world, they do that?
Yes.
Fair enough.
Zim has read the backstory and would understand why.
Fair enough.
Cyrus has just seen things.
Harris is seeing a lot of things.
Nim
Cyrus
in
has seen many
particular
things.
really won't care as long as Cordan still smells the same.
Yeah. I mean, his robes are probably hung up or draped over something, so they're not on the floor anymore. But he still smells of chitin and metal. So he's enjoying a long rest without staying within the confines of his armor.
Fantastic.
It is very relaxing. Just
Very much so.
Well,
so, I wonder who is going to get up first.
Should we roll for that if we want to?
By all means. If Graham wakes up, he'll be unsupervised.
What do we roll? Initiative?
No, just roll constitution checks.
Okay, consider. God damn it.
good luck waking the owl.
Cordan is dead.
Graham's gonna wake up first.
I rolled
Wow.
a nat 1. I rolled a nat 1. I have a +4.
Well,
Who stayed
you're
up
just
late.
so relaxed. There's nothing to do about it. Whereas Graham is an excitable child that maybe needed just 20 minutes.
It is not a child. He's just very excitable.
Chat excitable adult.
Oh god, I'm unconscious for the foreseeable future. I shall enjoy some of my beverage.
Graham wakes up and looks through the kitchen for food.
All right, Nim. A child has walked into your kitchen. What happens? Wait, I don't think he's rolled.
He has not.
I have not rolled. But Nim would also be accustomed to waking up early to prepare breakfast.
Fair.
Nice.
Add a +5 then. Ooh.
With that +5,
I rolled
you and
a
Grandma.
save instead.
Oh yeah, no, just check. Do it again.
That's even
Wow.
worse. But
Really
Nim and
fire.
Silver were
Yes,
they
Nim
were
and Silver
sleeping
are a pair.
against. Oh, they were
Oh,
sleeping
wait.
against the doors.
wait. Oh wait, I also roll a save. My bad.
Oh well then.
Yeah, that wasn't going to improve, but I had to try.
Loot, perchance. Wait, no, you actually cannot roll higher than Graham.
Yeah, it's the same number.
It's listen. Everyone was very tired. All right,
Except for
Silver.
Graham.
Let's see what you got. Let's see what you. Oh. Wow. All right. Graham, there are dogs in the way of the kitchen. You're not sure how, but you're pretty sure this is the way to the kitchen.
The game begins.
No, the kitchen is
Yeah, I thought they were
It's
sleeping in front of like the doors to the outside.
Oh.
yeah. Also, the kitchen is pretty open. There's no door to the kitchen.
Oh, well then, never mind.
Does the animated kitchen react, I think was the question.
Yes, the animated kitchen would react.
Oh boy.
Oh,
Not
boy,
nicely.
indeed.
Oh no. No.
Graham's gonna use Spirit Defenders, isn't he?
Well, let's see how this goes.
Oh no.
Okay. Let's see it.
I mean, it's not like Graham's trashing the kitchen or ever trashed the kitchen. He's just looking for food, man.
I mean,
No ill
I
intent.
I honestly think it's just because him doesn't think highly of Brand that the kitchen would react negatively towards you coming closer.
Graham is
Well,
not Nim's friend.
Well, the kitchen might get burned down then.
Well, let's see what happens then. Let's just carry on.
all right, Nim. The kitchen is yours. Tell us what happens.
Well, the dishes are going to respond by simply not allowing access to anything. He tries to, get a plate out and it moves away from him. They're not hostile, unlike they were with Lockett. But with Lockett, it was, self-preservation. They
Well,
just
then Graham
simply do
stopped
not
trying.
cooperate at all.
Well, then Graham doesn't try to use a plate or any utensils. He'll find like a carrot or something and just eat raw food.
That's actually a good question of what's actually in Cray's kitchen. Which
That is
only
a
he
good
could
question.
answer because Nim keeps all of his ingredients and stuff in his bags.
Yeah.
I'd imagine that Craig
I imagine that Cray does have his kitchen fairly well stocked on, if not a modest amount of just about everything, as he is an omnivore.
I mean, even if he doesn't eat it itself, I imagine Cray does have guests. At least before this.
Well, yes, but I'm not sure if Cray would have kept his kitchen stocked. Considering Nim kind of has been taking care of all of Cray's food.
Well, yes,
This
but
is
that also
true.
means that Cray's ingredients haven't been used. And seeing how magicked his house is, I can't imagine his fridge or pantry or whatever doesn't have some preserving qualities. His house is a virtual fortress.
I should
Fair
state
enough.
that not 3 days ago, 50 pancakes and 10 chicken waffle sandwiches were in his kitchen, and I don't think he would have wasted them.
Waffle.
Graham eats waffles.
3-day-old waffles.
Hey, this is magically kept. It's fine. Just needs a little reheat, but we can't do that yet. So cold waffles.
I mean, unless Graham finds like carrots or something.
Dude, was
Really just depends on what. Hey, I have the perfect role for this.
Oh no.
Graham looks for the most edible thing he can find. He gives up because he doesn't know this kitchen layout. And just eats the waffles on the table.
Oh my god.
No,
Unless they're like moldy, unless
I-
unless they look or smell like something's wrong.
They might. Well, did Nim ever do anything with those?
No, Nim did not.
They were left on the table then.
So they're probably a little bit stale,
Yeah, thinking so.
but probably not like molding or anything like that. Or at
probably
least
not.
not the waffles. The chicken sandwiches are probably gross as hell.
Oh,
They're still edible, but they are stale. Nim might feel unwell knowing that poor food is being eaten in his vicinity.
As Graham gnaws on these bricks that used to be waffles. I would assume by that point, Loot and Nim would probably be waking up, possibly Elemen.
Luke's nowhere close to here. It doesn't matter that he's awake.
as soon as Element
Fair point.
soon an Element wakes up, he's going to look to see if Nim has woken up by now as well. Yeah, you probably woke up before me. Nim, can you do me a favor?
Give me a minute, sorry.
Okay.
At the very minimum, I can throw a question at Anja then.
Go ahead.
As idle curiosity, does spending a night with the polymorph teeth actually count for long rest or not? just figured I'd ask that and just have that in back pocket if need be.
Resting is resting.
Fantastic.
Alright. What was Element asking Nim?
Yes. Element is just going to ask you if you could watch Graham for a moment while I go visit Loot.
I guess if we have to.
I am sorry. I know I know you don't like him, but this is a very sensitive situation.
Nim will just kind of give a shrug and a kind of gruff sound and just sit there watching Graham.
Okay. Element
Gnawing upon stale waffles.
Element is going to walk out of the house, and he's going to fly towards Loot's house, or rather Morris's house.
Light.
I guess it's on to me.
That's correct.
All right, Luke gets up, feeling much better as he undresses himself. The bandages, that is. As he was previously beaten up for an entire day consistently.
At least you feel better now. At least you...
Gets dressed and immediately leaves so he can avoid breakfast.
Oh no. Oh, are you going home for breakfast?
No, I don't think they'd accept him at home. Well, it depends. Is Poison Grandma already awake and ambushing him?
Who can say, but that is the home of your father, who has literally no problems with you.
Oh wait, no,
No.
wait. I can preempt it. I could cook breakfast.
Yes.
Yes,
You
I
could.
preempt it and cook breakfast.
Stopping Poison Grandma from needing to.
Yes.
It lacks the zing. Not.
I guess it's fine, but it doesn't really give me the pep I need. It doesn't really.
Yeah. I guess if I'm doing that, that means Element's going to get here after I finish cooking.
Probably.
Which Loot's not that good at. He's not terrible. In fact, I'll roll to see how well he does at this. Unless I use charisma. Okay, it's serviceable.
Yay.
Yeah, you're not don't expect anything great from him.
Oh, don't worry. Element is used to eating not so great food, considering he's from the Boros,
what
basically
are
the
you
military.
rolling? What are you rolling for cooking?
Wisdom.
We use intelligence.
Okay, then it's a 9. So it's below serviceable. It's not that great, but it's probably
You
better
are
than
allowed
Poison
to roll
Grandma.
again.
It doesn't. The quality of this meal doesn't matter. Okay, it's a good meal. Remember some
The
of his
fuck do you mean it
recipes.
doesn't matter?
Oh no!
Anyway,
It's a little odd. You haven't done this in a while, other than brewing tea, but it's not too complicated. It's not too complicated.
Nim feels an intense flash of a special hatred for Loot, though he does not know
No, he
why.
cooked well.
you have so many reasons at this point.
Not for this hatred.
So yeah, Loot makes a delicious meal.
That is not
Mostly-
delicious, that is passable.
10 is
By
passable.
your standards.
15 is good, and anything higher than that is resplendent.
It's not great, so you can't really complain about it.
Endowment.
See,
Raham
the-
95 tipped $25.
My.
Raharu, thank you so
Dad
much for
introduced
that
him.
donation. I really
welcome.
appreciate it. The first tier of the donation goal has been completed. And I will say, guys, I need to pay rent, so do consider donating.
Ah, yes. The loathsome clock. I am very excited for when you find that thing.
Thank you, Papa Merrick. I think that was the name we settled
Yes,
on.
Merrick was your adopted father. And indeed, Poison Grandma is the first one down, who seems quite surprised that you're using her kitchen in a safe manner.
Also,
you did
you
have
know
to
her
scrounge a
supplies.
little to find like normal ingredients, but they were there.
Yep. And
You might have just poisoned everyone because, she cooks so much poisoned / medicinal food that is probably seeped into literally every utensil that she has in that kitchen.
yeah, Loot Lou doesn't actually know how to cook breakfast foods, so he kind of cooks something similar to what he has around his place. So he essentially makes dim sum, just makes fried finger foods.
Mmm. Yummy.
It's not a very breakfasty meal, but it's a meal. And here's the calamari. And there's, yeah. So, yes, I hope you all enjoy it. As he cleans up, and here's a doorbell at the door, I think.
Or knock, whichever there is.
And he goes to take it, and he goes, "Oh, Elliman, you're just in time for breakfast. I made all your breakfast favorites, like dumplings and fried calamari and chicken wings."
Let me tell his head. I have never had any of those besides chicken wings.
Yes, I actually kind of ran out of things to make, so I used the chicken wings.
I see. Okay, well, I didn't come here to have breakfast, although I wouldn't mind eating it. I actually came here to discuss. Element comes inside
All right.
and locks the door behind him.
No, here, and he sets the table up for Elliman, gives him some heaping helpings of food. So tell me what this job is.
Actually, now that I think about it, your father might be able to help me with this. All of the people in this family could probably help us. But I wanted to come to you to begin with because, well, you are looking for something to try and get yourself friendly with, right?
Yes, though I haven't. The contract hasn't been finished yet. I'm going to check today.
You're still going through with that? With the harsher contract?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's as much as I like to dissuade you about that. That is. I need to put that aside for a moment. The thing is, I need something. I need a way to get some information or a way to get in contact with some people at Orsa.
I need to step away for a few minutes, sorry.
Right. How up the ladder are these members of the Orzhov?
Well, you know the Ash, right? How high on the ladder are they?
Some of them are high enough on the ladder to hit my radar, but I can't say every member of the family is particularly well known.
Okay, are you aware of the Ash versus Branch family? I'm not sure how much if that's a secret or if that's something that's known at.
DM, does he know about this split family?
Not very much. You know about the Ashells because they are the enforcers. They're the ones who come out. But there is mention of Snowfall. Oh my.
Wosteen
Thank you,
underscore royal tip
Wolfstein.
$75.
Well
Thank you, Wostein, for the resplendent offering.
Thank you.
Beep. Gracious me.
It's too bad Sam is not here to say thank you. He'll probably
It's all good.
come later.
It's all good.
Mhm.
Let us carry on.
So, no, unfortunately, I don't know too much. My specialty is more almost exclusively the upper crust, and this seems like a thrown off cast.
I see. Well, I am not entirely sure how it works it works by itself, but apparently the Ashbells have a branch family called the Snowfells, whom they protect because they provide some sort of service that the Ashbells rely on.
Mm-hmm. Well, the only way I could get in contact them is through the Ashfells, but I don't know if you want to
No,
tap them.
no, I can't have the Ashbells. If if worse comes to worse, it will have to be like that. But I want to avoid that. I want to avoid the Ashbells knowing about this at all costs. You see, I mean, you see, you know, the Ashbells are a family of warlords, right? As far as I know.
Yes.
Yeah. So Graham is one himself, and but apparently the Snowfells are also warlords of a different kind, and they both have their patron. Usually one patron god is usually with one side of the family and the other is with the other. But apparently Graham has been contacted by both of them. And I don't know the details, but some sort of event happened yesterday night that caused something to happen to Graham that I'm not entirely sure how to explain. But he's basically
okay?
No, he's lost his memory. He thinks he's still at the moment he thinks he's still part of the Ashby family, and Graham has left them for a while now. You see, yes. You see why I wouldn't want them to know about it, correct?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I could get in contact with the higher ups in the Orsov, but it might mean I have to do a favor for them.
Is it possible for somebody else to take the payment for favor?
Okay, you know what? I think I have an idea. I will go to the Ashfells in disguise as one of their lesser members and get the information myself.
Oh dear.
Are you sure you are capable of doing that? You aren't the mirror as far as I know.
No, I'm not an Ashfell.
I mean, you do have a father that is good when it comes to gathering information. At least I think.
Yeah.
And Morph is also good at that.
What do you think? What do you think, Merrick? The Skies plan?
I think it would be a good idea.
Oh.
Theoretically, if you knew where to go, and perhaps if you had a name already picked out. From the reports, younger Ashfell aren't very, let's say, close to one another. So if you just dyed your fur white, it's probably possible. By the way, I haven't... Morat's about, and he's asking if we've seen his grandmother.
I've seen her earlier.
You didn't, actually.
Oh, I thought... Sorry, I guess that was a joke.
And then the donation goal had completed, so minor retcon. Something's happening now.
No, I didn't see her. I was wondering why I was able to complete breakfast and without additions.
Oh, so that's why this food is important.
Ah, I wonder if she went somewhere. That's not really like her to leave the house.
Oh, what's the
I mean,
priority?
then again, I did hear about the incident with the spider child.
I have too many things to do today. I need to go shopping. I need.
Well, I guess if you just see her. Oh, by the way,
Mm-hmm.
he's going to like pull down his hood and a Marten pokes its head out. I signed some papers. Do you have a? How do you work these things?
Element blinks.
How do you-
You have one too. How do you
I
get in
mean,
con? How did you get in contact with the Marten?
I
Morag?
found it in the Selesnya.
Oh,
Oh.
there's also that.
I thought you were
Ah.
giving me the Marten. I was like, yeah, it follows you.
Ah, I see.
I mean, I'd like to know a little bit more about the people that were around you, and then there's a lot of these things actually.
Element brings out his phone, Marten. Well, basically, these things are, guess you could call them telepathic translators.
I was very surprised when it. Well, first I spotted it, and then somehow I knew that it spotted me, and then it started talking to me, and well, things went on from there.
I see. But
Mhm.
well, I guess you know what their purpose. Basically, you can use that Marten to contact another person who has a Marten. The Martens talks with themselves telepathically, and they they send that information towards their owner. At least I think that's how that works. At least I think that's how it works.
I see. It does feel a little unreal to me, but I suppose it did make me sign papers that basically manifested, and then other things just appeared. So who am I to say what's real or isn't?
Yeah, these things are these things are bizarre, even for the things I've seen. If I be honest, I'm kind of wondering if these things are from Replica or not, considering there's been a lot of things that are not from Replica that have suddenly sprung up in Replica lately.
Well then, uh, so you're going to sneak on in then, if we may return to the earlier point.
Oh, I was going to go into disguise, maybe get some fake papers ready.
All right, now remember, Ashfell tend to be young Ashfell tend to do as they're told and are more hit first, ask questions later type.
All right.
Are you sure? Are you sure you'll be capable of replicating that? You are kind of delicate, Loot.
And I slap Element across the face. And
Roll strength. Roll strength.
I make that a nat 1. So yeah, I guess I don't want to hit him. Fine, I hit him, but it's like no, and I pull back last second, and it's just like a light tap.
What's that?
You like reel back your hand as far as possible, you swing it as hard as possible, and at the last second, it's just like, eh. Your hand like lightly brushes over his face like a feather.
Delicate.
Element blinks. Okay, I guess you can do it.
But he really tries his best.
This is risky. I could also go. If only we had another bunny with us.
Graham is indisposed right now because of his condition. So that's. Wait.
Actually, Element, if I if I lengthen your ears a little, just move some of your facial qualities, we could probably get you in.
Element raises an eyebrow.
Except Element's way too tall to be a rabbit.
Oh,
Lud, you do realize I'm like twice your size, right? I have seen Ashfield members that are very tall, but those are were-rabbits.
ooh, okay, that's a good angle. That's a good angle.
I can't replicate a were-rabbit.
Okay, fine.
Also, I don't think anyone is actually aware of that. There are Ashfells who probably just stay were-rabbits, but they're also just completely psychotic.
There are
Can
many
I-
things that the party doesn't know.
Can I disguise kit myself now? Just to see if I can pull it off?
I remember the were-rabbits whenever Graham was trying to save Ren, and they were terrifying.
Oh, yes.
I guess something like this. I guess something like this could work. I was hoping more to get information on them, but if the Snowfells what you may call it existence is that secret even in the Orsov themselves, then perhaps this might be the way to go.
Yeah.
I wish I could do something myself, but there's nothing I can do as a Boros representative. The Boros and the Orsov aren't exactly on good terms.
You are technically allies with each other.
Yes, I know
More
we're
for the sake of order.
Actually, can I just take 10?
I know.
He wants to just take his time and to do like the disguise. So he wants to take 10.
I'll allow it.
All right,
Yeah.
it's a 19 disguise.
Yeah, I know that the Boros and the Orsov are technical allies, but that is as far as our relationship goes. We don't really agree with the way the other does things. We just agree to do it for the sake of order. So I can't exactly go around asking questions.
Yes, I understand. Well, you can do me a favor and hand me some fake papers.
Duke.
Fake papers? Where could I even find something like that? For the
You work for the Boros? Make fake papers.
Isn't that more of the jurisdiction? What is Craze Guild?
The Azorius?
Yeah, isn't that more of the jurisdiction of the Azorius?
Well, okay, maybe they would be better for it. I guess I'll go to the Azorius.
Now I'm going to roll some luck dice to see who.
Encounter the straight-laced one that just stares at you.
No.
I'm going to need clothes that the Ashfells can use. Well, I have a costume, I guess.
Alright, so that's what's happening. Element, there's a gentle tapping upon your shoulder.
Element, huh?
Hello.
Element,
Are you the one to? Oh, Element. Hello. It's Raylel. It's
Raylo. How did you get here? When did you get here?
just now, and I walked. Just
I see.
very long steps.
Oh, okay.
Anyway,
Well then,
I recently met with an old acquaintance of mine, and she took my gun. I think she lives here.
Element blinks. Took your what?
My gun.
Wait, isn't that one of those things that Mary has?
Mary?
I'm
I
not
don't
sure.
believe I had the pleasure.
Also,
Uh,
hello, my name's Noir Ashfell. It's nice meeting you for the first time.
Hello, stranger named Noir. Hello. Hello, stranger.
Element is struggling not to laugh. You
Have
know,
you seen my old acquaintance? Yes.
she's actually she's actually not in this house at the moment. Enough. Now that you mention it,
Well, I guess I'd best keep looking. I guess
you're saying she took your gun, right?
Yeah.
What is this gun thing, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, it's sort of like a crossbow, but more dangerous.
Oh,
But this one is very short range, actually. Like exceptionally short. But it'll tear you in half.
Element blinks. Oh dear.
Well, it wasn't my gun. I didn't make it. I just had it.
I see. Okay. I should.
I mean,
I should
sometimes people try to surprise me with an anti-magic field, and then I really like to surprise them back.
understandable, but I see. I might want to help you with this because I am not entirely sure. Poison grammar is all up there in the head. If that thing is really that dangerous, that it might just cause some chaos.
Oh, I'm sure she's fine. I'm sure she's...
Uh,
Well, besides, I don't even know where she is. So
Mara, are you here? Or Merrick? Do you know
what
where
the
she?
fuck was that? I thought my grandma with a gun. From upstairs.
Oh, Merrick, we need to find your. We need to find your grandmother.
No shit.
Where do you think she would be?
God. Does she have more secret history that I didn't know about? What's this about her knowing you? Oh, hello, Mora. Fancy meeting you here. I remember when you hatched. You weren't there. I saw it afterwards. How?
Oh, Merrick's a bird?
No. Kobolds also come from eggs.
Oh, Merrick's a kobold.
Yes.
Ah, I see.
Oh, sorry. Morath.
Oh, I
Sorry.
was like, kobold. How did you?
Sorry, I like
By-
Element spoke, and then and then Merrick just sort of like had to chime in because like he'd heard it enough. Like, what was that about my grandma with a gun?
Yeah. Sorry, I meant to say Morath. It
Yeah.
is more. This is more. This is Morath's grandmother, right?
Yes,
Not Merrick's. Yeah.
Merrick.
Okay.
Merrick's just sort of roommate.
Merrick's a roommate. Merrick's a roommate. Does that mean Poison Grandma is also a kobold? I don't remember.
Yes,
I
Poison Grandma is a short little kobold that just does things. Also, she has ducks.
Okay.
Guess
Good to know.
We could call everyone and track her down.
I could call Sarah's at the moment. Nim is busy watching Overgram because we can't leave him unsupervised right now.
Oh yeah, Nim. I put on a new perfume.
What? What do you mean?
I'm putting on a new perfume then.
Oh,
there.
Luke. I have been informed about the rule about taking 10, so you may actually have to roll.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought
Do
Apparently
you
taking
allow a
10
dexterity throw for a disguise kit?
yes.
All right.
I thought if you took 10, you basically like took like
Oh my god.
Like
You
an
know,
hour
my
or
disguise
something to
is
do it.
garbage. I just toss it in the trash and I have to
Do it
start
again. That's
There's-
fine.
Okay, that's better.
Much better.
Yeah, the first time, like, it just looks like I powdered my fur. And the second...
every time you stepped, there was a dust cloud behind you.
Yeah, it just didn't work. Anyway, so I, as an Ashfell, am particularly good at finding people. Let me look around.
If you were an Ashfell, you would be. What do Ashfells usually do when they're out and about? Ah, collection runs. And by that, you could probably, if you tried, find an Ashfell and just sort of like walk beside them.
Yes. But do I see any footprints from this poison grandma?
Sorry about that. I am back. First off, Wostein, thank you so much for that donation. I really appreciate it. Secondly, taking 10 and also taking 20 are not actually things in D&D 5th edition.
Oh, they're not?
No.
Must have been a Pathfinder thing then.
Well, it was a D&D 3.5 edition thing. Which, of course, Pathfinder, Pathfinder literally just copied everything, so.
Oh, I used my passive disguise kit.
Passive uses of skills are a thing. However, they are literally just they take the exact same amount of time as using the skill normally would. So, like in the case of perception and passive perception, it's the same 6-second quote unquote action.
Yeah.
To take the passive of a skill, there can be no risk of failure. No risk of a negative outcome from failing. Also, in regards to disguising yourself, do remember there is the tower that you can use to make sure that to avoid metagaming and such.
He could probably gotten Merrick to appraise him.
I also could have looked in a mirror.
You could make an insight check to see through the disguise, and if you roll bad enough on your insight check, then realistically you would think that your disguise would be passable.
Was great. So, for the sake of it, let's make an insight check. Merrick?
What? Okay. But on Merrick?
Yeah. Just like retroactively go back and see about your first disguise. Yeah, no, he sees through that. Pretty fast.
He could have used a perception check to see through it.
Neo, when it comes to these things, you should always assume that you succeed regardless of what the dice say. That is the whole point of this, is you as your character believe that you made a good disguise, even if you roll a nat 1. You look in the mirror, you think you look just like what you're trying to look like. Perhaps an explanation for why it's not actually correct is, maybe
it falls off.
It falls off, you might be misremembering, perhaps you accidentally missed your back. So that's why another check would be best to determine, okay, yes, you do actually succeed. And then, of course, if your insight is bad, then, well, you're still convinced that you succeeded. Technically, by throwing it out, you are metagaming without actually testing it, whether by somebody else or yourself.
Anyway.
Yes.
One last thing I wanted to say in regards to passive things such as a passive disguise check. This is for the viewers as well as others here. You could potentially use that in, say, a masquerade ball where nobody's really putting forth much effort, just to see how good your particular costume happens to be compared to somebody else. But in the situation of, you're trying to sneak into a potentially hostile situation by pretending to be somebody from that location, yeah, that's going to require a roll.
So, yeah. So I'm guessing Poison Grandma completely diverts what we're doing right now to her.
Oh, no. You really don't have a lead. It might just happen upon her later, but you know that she is somewhere and she allegedly has a gun.
All right. So I'm going to go buy some clothes that could pass off as Ashfell. So I'm going to write in Ashfell. How much would that cost?
I would like to mention that Elman would know that Graham does actually keep his Ashfell robes just in case he needs to sneak into the Orso. So that's something that Graham has.
So it would not be a terrible idea to bring loot back.
Actually, yeah, you're right. Wait, if you need something to dress as an Ashbell, I actually have something that will be perfect. An actual Ashbell outfit.
Oh, that's good. I was worried I'd have to steal a uniform from the laundromat.
Mug young child.
I know. Graham keeps his Ashbell clothing with himself at all times, just in case he needs to sneak some of the ores off. So he must still have them with him. Hopefully, he hasn't put them on.
All right. Oh,
I mean, even if he has, it's not like he doesn't have a different robe to wear.
but don't I need that to sign that contract, or else Nim will kill me?
As long I told Nim that I was coming to ask for your help in this regard. So as long as you're with me, you're not going to be here.
Oh, okay.
Plus, I am pretty sure Nim isn't angry with at the moment, and Graham isn't in a state to be angry.
Oh my god! And I just realized something. Okay, so let's go.
What do you realize?
I have my special teapot right here. So he takes it out.
So teapot?
It's just a fancy teapot, nothing special.
Okay, why are you mentioning it?
Nothing, no reason. Let's continue.
Let me run. Okay.
Okay, maybe I bought a few persuaders along the way, and I use this teapot as a way to convince people to tell me information.
Let me narrow his eyes. Okay, I think I am getting what you're saying, right? But you might want to hold off on using that willy-nilly. If you use that on the wrong person, you're going to end up dead.
Ooh. Anyway, yeah.
You're going to be alone for this if you're going to go ahead and do this. So there's not going to be anybody there to protect you. I can't go with you because I'm not a rabbit, and I can't disguise myself as a rabbit.
And well, at least you aren't willing to.
Wait. Actually, I think I might be able to disguise myself as something else. Out of character question, do warlocks are capable of having familiars, right?
That is correct, I believe.
Okay.
Yes.
They are capable.
Although I would mention that Graham has also mentioned that all the Ashfells are hex blades.
Fair enough. Do they?
Which means they don't typically have familiars.
Okay. Well, would Element know that? He was just thinking warlocks in general. He doesn't really know the intricacies in that regard.
That's why I mentioned Graham has mentioned before that he's mentioned like everyone in the Ashfells is a hex blade.
Mm.
I guess he wouldn't necessarily know that means that they don't typically have familiars. I mean, Graham technically has one that's kind of his patron, just kind of watching over him in physical form at the moment, which is.
I could disguise myself as a familiar or a pet for you to be somewhat inconspicuous.
With a tooth.
I can.
Could work.
Yes, I just have to.
Wait.
Just have.
Rubicon has teeth that can turn you into things.
That
He
is
might be able
exactly
to turn you
that
into
is-
a rabbit.
That is Can he turn me into a bipedal rabbit though? That is the question.
Possibly. You have to ask him.
That is true. Well, that we're going back to the house. I'm going back to the house to ask him about that anyway. So I guess I'll find out. Okay, well, let's go, Loot.
Okay. Loot
Yeah.
planning his devilish plans within his head.
We do have to watch out for. We do have to watch out for to see if we find more of his grandma around. I guess she will probably cause a commotion if anything bad happens. So I just hope you talk first.
I just hope she's using that gun on someone else.
Element blinks. Huh? I am hoping she's not doing that. I don't want anybody to get hurt.
Well,
you heard Raylo. That thing can split somebody in half.
Yes,
or something like that.
I hope she's only using it on other people and not herself.
Oh, that's what you meant. I'd rather she didn't use it with either herself or other people.
Yes, that would be preferable.
Yes, I understand what you mean now, so let's just go. While they are going back to Craig's house, Element would periodically ask civilians if they've seen a little kobold lady, old lady walking around around the place.
Unfortunately, your results turn up fruitless. They haven't seen a little old lady kobold matching the description.
Aren't the true upper edges of a kobold's age not even known?
She has a distinct slouch to her. Plus her scales are a bit gray.
Luke just kind of realized that Poison Grandma could be hundreds of years old.
Meanwhile,
their upper limit is roughly about 120 years old, though they do rarely make it to that age.
Which is why
At least in
an
most
elderly
settings.
kobold is actually rather significant, all things considered.
Yeah, I'd say it might be a little bit more common in Ravnica, or at least
Yes.
depending on which guild they're a part of. But like, yeah, most situations they get kind of do dumb things and get killed off by adventurers or other people who are like, why are you stealing our shit or fucking with our shit?
Well, this is unfortunate. I guess if Element doesn't find anything on Poison Gram, Lute and him will just go back to Gray's house. Also, be back a moment.
Okay. How's the people in the house doing? Probably Steris and Corridon have woken up at the.
Well, assuming that things have been mended and such, and having been accustomed that this is in fact Corridon and this is not a concern, probably just gonna start the day relatively normally, and also finally bother to go out and get a little shopping done before anything else pops up. Because it sounds like stuff is about to go up again, and Cirrus is a little tired of not getting any of that. So, Cirrus can be contacted by Marten, but they're going to be out picking up some potions that they've been meaning to get for a week or two by now.
As you're leaving, Graham will be like, hey, I want you to get some stuff for me.
Oh, what would you like?
Graham will chuck you like, I don't know, like 10 gold, and be like, I need you to go to like an Orzhov place and get me an incense burner and some of the incense.
Perhaps you'd like to write down anything specific if you need. A small note or such.
Sure, Graham will find some paper.
There probably is plenty of paper in Gray's house, considering he's Nasurius.
I was say Graham doesn't usually have paper and ink on him, but he can probably find it somewhere in Cray's house, and he will write down specifically what he wanted. And then Graham will be like, thanks.
You're welcome. And with that, Cirrus will depart and add that on to things picking up. Hopefully that'll fall within 10 gold.
However, Element, as you do make your inquiries, you do hear something. If you're back, that is.
I'm back. What's up?
Oh. All right. As you are making your inquiries on the elderly kobold, you do hear one thing that's fairly.
Fairly? You cut off when you said fairly.
Fairly interesting.
Oh, what is it?
Supposedly, someone with a cuckoo clock has been running around the alleys, informing people that their time is up, before beating them with it.
Okay, say that one more time. Sorry.
Someone with a cuckoo clock has been beating people in alleys, telling them their time is up.
Huh? Cuckoo clock telling them that their time is up. Has he been harming people?
No, someone has been attacking people in alleyways with a cuckoo clock, telling them their time is up.
Element falls his head, falls his arms. Do you know where was the last time this person was sighted?
They were somewhere in the midpoint between the Orzhov and the center.
Really? Okay. Thanks for telling me. I was actually headed to the. I might be able to check up on that.
Good luck to you, sir. Please put a stop to them in a timely fashion.
Element nods and gives a bow.
Ha ha ha. Timely fashion. Ha ha.
Small
do my
grin to
best.
themselves. They think they're so clever.
Element didn't notice the pun and thus cannot. He simply bows his head and says that he will do it.
It will be a moment. Phone call.
Okay. Element will keep this information in mind, but otherwise he's gonna keep going to Cray's house.
Fair enough.
Unless Lut has something to say about it.
No, you didn't have anything to say.
Okay.
I imagine Corridon, after rolling a wad, would be the slowest person to awake.
Yes, you were very relaxed.
I think carrying on from that very relaxed rolling of a wand, he's going to kind of wake up slowly. He's not going to put his armor on. He's just going to drape his robes kind of vaguely over his form and kind of try and venture downstairs for sustenance. And then retreat again. Sustenance. Food.
Nim is awake by this point.
Yeah, so he'll
Nim will
most
have
direct
prepared.
route. So
Nim would have prepared a, breakfast for everyone, taking into account their various tastes that he's aware of. Vegetables, something for Graham, something especially sour. Probably actually something more strong on the salt side for Corridon today.
Corridon will probably be like, I like this kitchen. This is a fun kitchen.
Actually, he probably skipped Graham because Graham already ate, but for Corridon, ham, bacon, he'll scramble them up with some eggs. Maybe another salty, exotic meat that he's got.
Corridon will use the most direct route, be it stairs or over the wall or whatever, just drawn to food. Scuttly, elongated mess, kind of hidden by robes. The robes aren't even on, his arms aren't in the sleeves, they're just kind of draped over him. He's tired, relaxed, and there is food.
Considering the chitin smell from Corridon, I kind of imagine that Nim at this point would probably kind of realize that Corridon is insectoid of some kind.
He is some sort of creepy scuttly, yes.
I'm thinking what Nim would think of Corridon.
I know. I figure he probably would have encountered it previously. This is just on bigger scale.
So yeah, Nim's not bothered, but Graham might be. Especially
Nope,
without his
Graham
memories.
is oblivious. Nope. Graham is just like, hi.
Cordan is walking about in his true form at the moment.
He's currently scuttling quite low to the ground. He's just kind of on autopilot, navigating towards food.
Okay.
Yep, Graham doesn't seem to react adversely to this in any way, shape, or form.
Cardan will just bury Hood in food. Just spread out across the floor, just limbs, tail, just relax. Nom, 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 nom.
Everything is good. It is
Everything is good. He'll wake up and be somewhat mortified later, but at the moment, Day's happy.
So yeah, otherwise I guess not much is happening at the house.
And so the crew arrives.
Ding dong.
Is Cordan still scuttling out and about without his armor on when Element and Loot come back?
Cordan is no longer scuttling. He is, however, spread over a portion of the floor. I'm assuming the food is on the table. So he'll just have literally dropped wherever is between the stairs and where the food is, and he'll just be resting on the floor with his face up at the table height, and the rest of him is on the floor.
Fair.
I keep Zim out of character. Zim referenced it a while ago where I think Cordan was sitting on the floor talking to Element, and someone entered behind him, and Zim imagined Cordan's head moving to look around, and the neck kind of doing like an accordion thing to look around whilst his body remained still, and I've just rolled with that further. His torso is on his torso or upper half is at floor level, and his neck is kind of elongated up to bury face in food.
Fair enough. And if Element still says Cordan is kind of scuttling around the floor, he comes back, he's going to ask, Cordan, is that you? Are you okay?
Cordan, what would I roll for Cordan, like, actually paying attention to this and waking up? Because he's still in half-dazed, sleepy mode.
I don't know. Whenever I think of like cognitive ability, it's either int or will or wisdom. It's one of those two rolls, but that would be up to Dusty.
Perception disadvantage.
Oh my god. Go ahead.
Which one, DG?
Perception is fine.
Perception at disadvantage, okay.
Disadvantage.
1. I know, I'm rolling it twice.
Okay.
Ha!
Oh, there we are.
The difference between those two.
Hey, that happened to Loot earlier with his disguise check.
Yeah, it did. So, does he register?
Yes. Because I don't believe that people are doing anything to really hide themselves right now. He walked in the front door in plate.
I was mainly doing it not as a does he notice that, I was doing it more of a does he register himself? So does he respond as a half sleepy? Yeah. Or does he realize, my disguise is not on?
Considering how tired you are, I think the DC would probably be somewhere around 13. Close, but not quite. No, you're fine. You're relaxed.
I imagine his species is more of a longer hibernation cycle rather than these little short rests.
Probably.
Corridon was kind of chitter something at you unintelligibly in a warped and demonic voice.
We know the one.
Yes, you do.
Element blinks. Cordan, I don't speak demonic. Rubicon, what is he saying? If he's speaking in demonic. If Rubicon.
I don't know what language he speaks, honestly.
Am I here?
Yeah, sure.
Go yes.
I imagine you entered with him, yeah.
Yes. Noir Ash Valley here. Nice to meet you. As he holds out his hand to shake Corridon's hand.
Corridon's face is currently in his food. He can hear stuff going on around him, I think.
Oh, you introduce yourself as an Ashfell?
Yes.
Crown will like peek around and be like, "Oh, hi."
Hey.
He'll walk over and give Loot a hug.
And he'll give him one right back because he doesn't realize that's not what you're supposed to do.
And Loot does not smell like himself, correct?
Correct.
Well,
Yeah,
fuck.
Because Luke can disguise his smell.
Element blinks. I am starting to regret my decision.
Our perfume.
Element is telling himself.
Graham will just be like, "Hi." I guess. How would he? It'd probably be like, brother or cousin. Actually, it'd probably be brother, like in the like monastic kind of way.
I need Loot.
Hi, brother.
I need Loot to make a dexterity saving throw, please.
Damn.
Okay.
Ooh. Oh, that's good, actually.
You take half of this.
I take none of it.
Evasion.
Hmm.
My God, is Nim going to attack me again?
No, he is
You are wearing
attacking Noir. He is attacking Noir Ashfell.
Why are you
who
attacking
is with
me?
Element?
I've come all this way from the Ashfells to help you find the Snowfells.
Element makes a gesture with his finger to say to the note, "Please shut up right now."
Graham is just like, "Ooh, pretty fire."
What is?
Nim, did you attack every new person you meet? This guy is with me. Why would you attack him?
He's an Ashfell. The Ashfell are assholes. And I know that Cray doesn't want any Ashfells in his house.
Yes, I know.
Aside from Graham.
But...
And even that's barely.
Element
just waves at Nim.
Element rubs his forehead. Okay, please, let's not discuss this right now in front of Graham. Please, everybody calm down and come with me.
Why was that a disadvantage?
I mean, Graham seems
Right.
completely oblivious to you insulting
Oh.
him.
For
as
some
far as
reason,
family.
Silver has prone on.
I'm
Weird.
going to take that off.
But yeah, while you guys are talking to Nim, Silver's going in for the attack.
Oh no. Miss.
Oh my god. Do I... Why?
This is
Hey, luck is with you.
literally
They have not connect. They're not connecting at all.
This is literally after like Element was like, "Hey, he's with me. He's cool," and Nim was just like, "No, I just hate everything that
Graham,
anyone says."
shut up. That is not what is happening here.
Mm.
I am going to point out that my aura of protection is probably active on Loot at the moment, so
Anyways, it
Still.
is a work night for me tomorrow, so unfortunately I do have to go.
Rest well, then.
Okay,
Rest
watch the
well.
rest of the recording.
I'll bring you the incense bits at some point. I'll just drop them off wherever you're at in the house.
There is an agitated chittering from the feeding Coronanders.
Nim.
In general, people causing fuss.
Nim, Silver, please calm down. He's with me.
I do not want an Ashfell in this house.
Nim, Nim, this is not an Ashville. This is Loot.
Then why did he introduce himself as an Ashfell?
To disguise.
Why is he disguised?
He basically wants to infiltrate the Ashbills to find the locations of the Snowfell. That's the plan that he came up with. This.
So now you're involving him in our plans. Has he even signed the contract yet?
He's actually working on something of the sort, funnily enough.
Working on, but not done yet.
Well,
We still cannot
Noir-
trust him.
Well, Noir can tell where he does not belong. Nice to see you, Graham, my brother. I'll see you another time as Noir Ashfell leaves the house and goes to Pluto.
Element size. I was really hoping that this will go off better. Guess I was mistaken. I might as well come out and talk about this. That contract, the contract we all signed. Right? Nim?
Yes.
Well, apparently, Lute wants to get himself into an even harsher contract. For some reason. Is the contract stipulates that that we break its oath. Pluto will basically come to us and incapacitate us in some way. But Pluto wants to get himself into a contract where he will basically die if he breaks it. I don't understand. I don't exactly understand why he wants to go to such an extreme instead of just signing the contract that we all are already using. That's his mindset at the moment. that guy has very little regard for his own life.
Well, I fail to see what that has to do with me. If that's what he wants to do, then why not?
I mean, I suppose that is true. At the same time, I don't want him to go through with that. I wouldn't want. I wouldn't want to go through I wouldn't want to go through I wouldn't want him to sign a code that will basically he will die if he doesn't follow it. That just sounds terrible.
What do you want me to do about it? He's the one that keeps refusing to sign the contract, the one that we put in place that would not be that. If he wants to sign this, then fine. But you've involved him in our business again, and we still can't trust him.
Told you already I would.
Yes, you told me. Doesn't mean that we can trust him. From what I understood, you were just going to ask him for information, not him going and infiltrating them or whatever he's going to do.
That is true. That is what I went for. Unfortunately, Blue's way of getting information isn't suited for finding stuff about the Asheville with his usual methods. So that's why he came up with this plan, and I kind of just went along with it. I'm sorry about that. If I be honest, it was also because I kind of feel sorry.
Why do you feel sorry for him?
Well, because when I went to visit him, he told me a bit about how his life was at the Orsa. He's basically just been passed around and used up either as a way to drink blood from or just use for one stuff or another while at the Orsov. Never really having freedom to himself. It's only recently that he has been able to get himself out of that situation.
And how is this supposed to excuse him stabbing us in the back?
He doesn't. He doesn't. Like I'm still mad about him about that, but it doesn't mean I can't have some sympathy. And well, he is trying to find a way to make us trust him again, in his own way.
Yes, and he came to us originally trying to get us to trust him, and look how that turned out. How do we really know that this is not some plot to try and get back in our good graces to stab us in the back again? At least with the contract, we're going to know that if he does that, Pluto's going to know, and we can dispense proper justice on that. If he wants to go with one where if he betrays us and dies immediately, well, what's the problem? We're gonna kill him anyways if he betrays us again.
Element falls silent.
Or at least
You're probably right about it. If he would betray us, if he would betray us again, I would personally have no choice in that regard either. We can't really have somebody who would betray us like that be around us. But I want to give a chance to him. So
You want to give him the chance to what?
Amend.
Yeah, I'm all for him amending his actions. But fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
Yes. I completely agree with you there.
Maybe if he proves himself an actual friend to us, then I'll care about his past and such, but so far he's only shown himself to be an enemy. Or at worst, at most, a chaotic individual that doesn't really care about what we think about situations.
You know, that sounds a lot like somebody else I know.
Interestingly, you also haven't seen Sasha today. But she did leave you a note saying that she was going over to the Azorius to basically, like, begin search and negotiation.
Cool.
Search and negotiation for what?
Is that Nim's trainer?
Yes.
Yes. She was going to start, like, preparing negotiations, like, when the artifact is going to be returned, basically preparing her case for Nim. And searching for relevant information on both the Seekers and potentially, like, other artifacts. Because as she is an active Azorius member who has been given a job, there's probably nothing wrong if she is, well, acquiring additional information, perhaps for the sake of educating you on something she doesn't readily have on hand.
Okay, fair enough.
As long as she doesn't get herself in trouble. Nim considers her a friend.
Indeed.
Actually, I do have a question. What would somebody need to regain your trust? I am not really asking this for Lud. I'm actually asking for myself, because I know it took us a while to get in better terms with each other. In fact, I'm not entirely sure if you see me if you see friends still, not.
I can't really say any one particular thing that would regain trust. It's just kind of how you go about trying to do so.
Fair enough, I suppose.
Graham just keeps digging the hole deeper and deeper, and now here we are trying to help him, and I'm sure if we do help him, he's just gonna be back to his same old jerk self.
Do you really think he won't be grateful? He won't be grateful if we actually manage to get him back to normal. I think you give Graham less credit than he deserves. He's not that deep on it.
He demands of us what he's refusing to do himself.
He's been trying to do better about it.
He literally demanded it of us and then went off and broke it right away.
Wait, what do you mean? What did he do?
Actually, I guess Nim wouldn't know about that, would he?
You'll have to be specific.
What
are you talking?
When we were having the meeting with Malt and Graham was demanding all this stuff of everybody and then immediately went off and started working with the ensemble again.
The ensemble at I believe at some point Joe basically said that they'd be officially broken up and were going to incorporate themselves into your group, which had been dubbed the Grey Warden.
I'm talking about when Nim was like, okay, you need... Because Graham was demanding that we be completely open and talk to everybody and stuff about literally everything. And so Nim was like, okay, you talk to us about before you go making these plans with the ensemble members. And Graham threw a fit and then agreed and then immediately went and did it without talking with anybody.
Who did he help, though? I don't remember that.
I believe it was going off to Pluto. Make some kind of plans with Pluto.
I don't remember.
I know he went off with one of the ensemble members. He specifically pulled them off to the side of the meeting and such. I don't remember exactly what for.
Oh, right. The one for Pluto of the arranging is in case I turn.
Yes. Graham is readying his own potential corruption, so he wanted to set up a contingency.
Right.
Oh, right, that. Okay. Yeah, Nim probably wouldn't be aware about that. And even if it was, that wouldn't really be a betrayal.
No, I believe I'm remembering now. Now that we've established what it was, Nim did notice Graham going off to the side with Pluto and is basically assuming that Graham was doing something behind the rest of the party's back. Which, to be fair, is what Graham has done a lot. Granted, it's not something against the party, but it's still behind their back.
Insufficient communication.
Yes, that is a very common trope with this party.
Okay, so what are you talking about,
back
Nim?
in character. Yeah. When we were meeting with Malt and Graham went and pulled Pluto aside and was doing something, having some kind of serious conversation with Pluto.
Ah. Well, I do believe...
That was immediately after he made the demand that we clear everything with everyone, and I told him, okay, you do that, and we're going to, you've got to clear stuff with the ensemble with us, and he agreed, and, well, he didn't clear that whatever he was doing with Pluto with us.
Huh. Well, I was probably away watching Overlook by that point, so I didn't notice that myself. Still, though, that does sound pretty iffy to me. I mean, I understand you don't have a high opinion of Graham, but I don't think he would just go ahead and immediately contradict himself if there wasn't a good reason for doing so. So there must be something going on in his mind, but unfortunately he's not really in the right mindset to tell us now.
I mean, he wouldn't tell us anyways. He has yet to ever tell us anything about what he does. Why can we trust him when he keeps so many secrets? How can we trust him?
Well, if we don't get him back to normal, we'll never know now, will we?
I personally say we just let him go back to the Ashfells and call it good.
Element is going to cross his arms. Are you really telling me you would leave Graham with his very, very dark family just because of this, Nim.
It's not just this. It is everything he has been doing since the moment I met him.
I understand. I understand you and Graham are not in the best of terms. Living him in this state and sending him to his family, it's the worst thing you. In fact, I'm pretty sure doing something like this will be against your oath.
Why do you think I haven't done it?
Exactly. So why are you even considering it?
Considering something and acting on it are two very different things.
Indeed, he is merely stating a desire.
Fair enough. But well, that is not an. I will not consider that an option. I understand that would be the easiest choice, but it is not the right choice.
There is debate to be had on that front.
Well, if Loot can help us with this, we don't have any other contacts with the others. So there's only two things I can think of on doing. I could either maybe ask Morad or maybe his father to help us, Luke's father. But unfortunately, if I ask Merrick, they may just go with that plan to begin with anyway.
Or I just teleport right in there, find the person, and teleport out with them.
Do you care? We need at least a location for you to at least a specific location for you to teleport there to begin with. And even if you did, the person may not be there. We need a time at a specific time and place, and we need to know the person will be there for you to do that. Otherwise, you would just be causing a commotion for no reason.
Well, don't we have the snowfall that we could talk to and figure that out?
Yeah. Although I do believe that she mentioned something about not being able to go back to her family. Wasn't she some sort of dropout or something of the sort?
She was not considered very highly, and afterwards sold.
Well, I suppose I don't have enough information in that regard. So I guess maybe she could help her, but she probably would have already told us yesterday when the subject was if she could. I guess asking again wouldn't be a bad idea though. The only other thing I can think of if maybe ask Commander Lucasa to see if there's any way for me to get information from the Orsov or anybody or any other of the board of representatives, because I personally don't know.
Or we take him to see Malt.
Malt?
Malt.
Big turtle.
What do you think Malt will do? And I'm sure Malt is a very knowledgeable turtle, but I don't think he'd have knowledge when it comes to the Orsa.
I mean, I'm not with the guild that Malt's part of. I'm not even from this realm. I'm not from this place at all, and Malt was still able to help unify the, Nim, or Silver and I.
Oh, wait, you mean take Graham to Maul?
Yes.
Actually, no. That may actually be a good idea. I didn't think about that. I think that may be a good idea. Yes, that is a great idea, Nim. With the way that he was able to see your soul and Silver Soul's and then my own, he might actually be able to help us in this regard, since, well, that seems to be what's wrong with Graham at the moment.
At the least, he just says he can't help, and we're back here to this point.
Yeah. I actually kind of wish that we could do this right now, but Isaac is not here.
Yes. So, I will divert the scene back to Cyrus and Corridon. Corridon probably having had liquids and nutrients to possibly stimulate his mind enough to notice. Wait a minute. Oh my god, I'm unguarded. Oh my...
Is there anyone between Corridon and like the stairs?
Cyrus is probably at the table, along with Graham, but they are not stopping you.
I apologize.
I thought Cyrus had gone out.
Cyrus is out shopping, and Nim
Oh,
and
right,
Eldman
forgot
are
about
by
that.
the door. So is Graham.
Right. So then you are alone at the table, and there's nothing stopping you from going back upstairs.
Corridon is going to attempt to be stealthy and move towards the stairs with some semblance of calm and
This is casual.
and yes, whilst realizing that he's thrown on his robes, he can't actually hide himself particularly well. He's going to try and just tuck his limbs in and head in and kind of move towards the stairs.
All right. I
Make a
suppose
stealth
roll
check.
your stealth check.
I know. I'm trying to. Why have I rolled 2?
Armor penalty.
Because you're doing it at disadvantage?
Why do you get a disadvantage? I haven't got my armor on.
Toggle advantage and roll again, then. They'll cancel each other out.
How do I toggle advantage?
Near the bottom left,
I mean,
there is...
I will say, both of those rolls would have failed the passive perception for Nim, at least.
Oh, well.
Yes.
We do re-rolls if we got the error, though. But yes.
I'm generally pretty forgiving with that. If a roll is rolled incorrectly.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right. So at the bottom left, do you see ADV and DIS?
ADV, yes. Yeah, I do.
Right.
Okay.
All right. With ADV clicked, roll again. That stands for advantage. The other one is disadvantage. They will be automatically applied to your next roll. Fair enough. The dice have spoken, I suppose.
Even with my armor, it is disadvantage because my particular armor class gives me advantage, so it cancels out the disadvantage anyway.
Yep. All right.
It might be
so
it might be because I've updated and reinstalled stuff. It's forgotten some things. Yeah. No. You very clearly see the large figure attempting to be small.
There's a trail
dressed
of...
in a bright red robe in a bright lit room.
Oh no, I'm just imagining that the dishes from the table are kind of marching across your path and you don't realize it, and so you just trip over them and there's just a bunch of clattering.
Oh, well
Ev-
then.
ev- Every single one of my legs hits an individual dish, and there's a new clatter.
Oh, Cordan! Where are you going? Did you like the breakfast? I didn't want to stick you with only sour stuff, so I wanted to try and mix it up a bit.
Cordan is burying his face in the floor. The food was very good and much appreciated.
Good.
I apologize for this display. I appear to have left my armor
Another loyal
upstairs.
devotee.
What do you mean? What's wrong with your display? Skunky Doo, thank you very much for that follow.
Is Element still in the room?
Yes, Element was right in front of Nim.
I believe Element may be able to understand it quite well. Most do not appreciate
Sorry,
how disturbing my appearance is.
what will Element be able to understand? Exactly.
Cordan is saying that Element is hideous and thus would understand Cordan's hesitation to be seen.
No, because Element saw some of Cordan previously and would probably understand how most would not appreciate,
Okay.
or most do
Element-
not appreciate.
Yeah, Element rubs his chin. Okay. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I haven't seen you completely without your armor, but I have seen some of it. And if the rest of your body goes along with what I saw, yeah, there probably would be quite a few people that would attack you on sight if they saw. Unfortunately,
Don't forget Calcerus.
and
Your guard,
and
your subordinates among them.
well, my subordinates are special, but still.
Look, a pile of laundry! Raise swords, priests!
Well, my subordinates are special, but still, there are plenty of regular people that will probably either attack you or run away from you. Unfortunately.
Indeed. Indeed, there are.
You can't look that bad.
Cordan's head almost rotates on its axis to turn and look at him. Still wearing the hood, and I suppose he's probably got his goggles on as well.
You're just like a spider, aren't you?
What is a spider?
Element tries to describe a spider.
Well, they're kind of creepy. They got 8 legs, 8 eyes. They're kind of tasty if you cook them the right way.
I have not got quite that many eyes.
They have two abdomens, I believe. It's what they're called.
I think it's the abdomen and the thorax, isn't it?
Yeah, there's only one abdomen.
This one, the abdomen is the big bit.
Oh, okay.
I think the thorax is the little bit with all the limbs attached.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
They also spit out web usually.
I suppose I spit out acid, so...
Oh, really? That sounds cool.
Is that so?
I used it in our fight against the Ashfells previously. When we got waffles.
I wasn't there for that.
Hmm.
And Nim is trotting over to Cordan.
Cordan's just going to hold still.
Why are you trying to hide?
Because even in my own realm, my people were not exactly welcomed.
see. I understand why you would be wearing that suit. That can is to protect. Is basically to protect yourself, not just from the environment of your world, but from the people.
Oh, do not misunderstand. I do not need this for protection from the environment.
Oh, it looked like something you would use for that. I've seen the Isid use something similar for that. I
It
just
is quite understandable. It was protection for the people I aligned myself with, and I wore it also in order to blend in with them.
I see.
It is
Nim
not
is going to
necessary
try
to
and
my survival. It is merely easier to work around if I look like one of them.
Nim is going to try and pull the robe away.
Cordan is just gonna hold still and let you try. I mean, it's literally, I think it's got his head is inside the hood of the robe, and the rest of it's just kind of flung over himself. It's not tied or fastened or anything.
Okay, so easy to pull off.
Yeah.
All right, describe the real Corridan.
Oh heck. Even I still have no concrete thing of what I was going for with him. Corridan, his main features are head, rather insectoid, not quite praying mantis, but that same sort of, if he was standing upright, he would be very tall, rather slender, long limbs, more elegant than the small scuttly things. Large set of mandibles, some very long limbs with the 5-digit talons on the end of them, and a ridge down what would be his, I'll say it, there's a ridge down his forearm, down the side of it, that looks almost like an evolutionary defect. Like it's like people, like humans, have still got a tailbone and no tail. He just has a ridge running all the way down the side of his forearm. Long, slender body, or long, slender thorax. A couple of smaller appendages down the side. Across his back, what appear to be stubs, not like the ridges on his forearms, but looks like actual damage. It looks like there was something there, and it's not, and it was forcefully removed. And poorly done at that, and poorly healed. Long legs and multiple legs. They're fairly even on both sides. They're not like all around like a spider, but there's 6 legs on it, and a long scorpion-esque tail with a stinger on it.
So, which one does he use? His does he have an extra pair of limbs that he uses as arms, or
the arms that have the long 5 long talons on? They're more like, think of more like a xenomorph's hand, that kind of very elongated with the long talons. Those are what he uses as his hands. He makes do and makes himself fit into the armor.
so you've got 8 limbs then?
Yeah. Yes.
So you are an arachnid.
Think of him more out of the stature of a praying mantis.
Well, yeah, but having 8 limbs is kind of the main thing that signifies
True.
the difference between arachnid and insect.
Strange eldritch thing.
Strange eldritch thing. Fair
It's
enough.
strange. Elder-
Abomination mismatch. I kind of had the idea of the hive being all sorts of creatures in that sort of vague category that have been mashed together for millennia and have just come up with this hybrid thing
Fair
that
enough.
they settled on.
So you may be so there might be some arachnic in you, but it's stuffed with a bunch of other stuff.
Yes, it's sort of spliced together in a hybrid
Fair enough.
of much, much, much trial and error by beings with higher intellectual capacity than the worker case to have.
First off, it's usually cast.
Cast. I've not heard it said before. I've seen it written.
Yeah, C-A-S-T-E,
Cast, thank you.
that would be cast. Then again, maybe in, that mythical land of Great Britain, they call it case.
Yeah. I mean, it's like cash and cache, isn't it?
I mean, here in the U.S.,
There's
they're
a
both
silent
considered.
E on the end.
They're both called
Yeah,
cash.
it is one of those weird words.
Anyways, Nim's just going to tilt his head at Corridan after he
Corridan
sees
is still remaining
everything.
quite low to the ground. He's kind of at head height with Nim at the moment.
He's just tilting his head.
Chitters nervously.
Is there supposed to be something wrong with this?
Element rubs his chin. You can clearly see that his reaction isn't exactly favorable, but it isn't like scaring and going for his weapon either. He's kind of in the middle of that. He's a bit
Well, he's
disturbed.
also met Corridan before, so
Yeah,
he has some idea of his temper.
yeah, he's a bit disturbed about what he's seeing, but he's not panicking or anything. I see. So this is your true form.
Corridan just sighs and I think will just raise himself up to his normal stature of. I think he's 7'1" when he's playing humanoid. He's pushing 8 feet when he's just standing up. Normally,
Nim is still just tilting his head,
straighten out his limbs and settle.
looking very confused.
Corridan will look to Element and go, "Can you honestly say that if you had not met me before, and I had appeared in the middle of a crowd where your friend had once stood, that you would have greeted me so favorably?"
Element rubs his chin. I will be honest. I would think you were a monster that was about to attack people.
Indeed.
I greet you like a potential friend.
And that is what is special about you.
I mean, after all, looks can be very deceiving.
Everyone
thought I was going to be destroyed by Jin, but then he gave me head pats.
You know, you're not wrong, but in the situation that he described as, it will be either the potential danger of civilians or him, and I would have to choose the civilians before him. Unfortunately, I am from the Boros after all. Of course, if I saw that he wasn't attacking anybody, I would consider not attacking myself, but I would have to be wary, if nothing else.
Nim is shooting a glare back at Element. You would attack someone just on their appearance?
if they were causing a commotion, yes.
Unfortunately, some people are racist.
If it was causing a commotion, maybe not attacking melee, but I will have to confront him I will have to confront him in a not favorable light. And unfortunately, his appearance would cause a commotion in anywhere he goes, but the Simic probably.
Speciesist against eldritch abominations. How dare!
I mean, Bukari might have a decent chance.
It seems that Nim and Cirrus are welcome exceptions to the rule. My thanks for that.
I am sorry, but unfortunately, I know for a fact that your appearance would cause a commotion. I would have to confront you in a situation, but it doesn't mean I wouldn't try to do. I wouldn't try to do things passively if I saw that you weren't attacking people.
It seems my dog doesn't like it whenever.
It is my job. It is my job to protect the peace, after all. If anything, I could probably I would have probably thought that perhaps you were some sort of Simic experiment that ran away, because I would have no idea what you were.
So if he just showed up and people started making a big commotion over it, you would confront Corridan over that? It seems to me it's those people that are making the commotion.
Just the fact that he would not instantly draw his weapon on me and turn it upon me is already a great improvement. When I first met the mortal races in my own world, I was immediately fired upon. Although that was quite an understandable reaction, considering.
Well, I mean, giant monsters are not exactly uncommon around Ravnica, but they're still not a welcome sight. A lot of the stuff that the Simic make tend to be rampaging stuff. So
wait, now you're calling my friend a monster?
Listen, Nim. I am not trying to insult Corda. I'm trying to tell you what will happen if he suddenly pop in the middle of a crowd. Cordan is also my. Cordan is
I
also
am
my.
not offended.
Cordan
I am
is
not offended. I quite understand.
Listen, Cordan is also my friend. You don't have to talk to me like this. I'm just trying to be truthful, to be honest.
The honesty is appreciated. I have had a few who have feigned friendliness whilst their fears have consumed them from behind. It is quite relieving to have this open conversation.
Well, Corridan, if anybody's got a problem with your appearance, they can take it up with me.
Nim, I am sorry, but I think, unfortunately, I do think that it's better if Corridan keeps going with his disguise. We don't want people freaking out over him.
It would cause a great deal of unnecessary stress, and many setbacks should cause undue alarm amongst the populace. Delays that would harm the inevitable goal of this group.
It is either that, or we will have to claim that he's a Simic monster that is with us, and you wouldn't want that option either, would you?
I would rather not be branded a monster. Such things are considered without reason.
You two-leggers are so weird.
On that, we can agree.
And to me, you four and eight-leggers are pretty weird too. But we're still cooperating, aren't we?
Nim isn't the only one that's not a two-legger anymore.
And to me, you many leggers are pretty bizarre. But we're still cooperating, aren't we?
Alcera's head pokes out. Hey!
You're also bizarre, Colcero. I'm sorry to say.
Elseru just seeing Coradon in full.
In full, and I suppose it might be better seeing him in full and not the small parts he could see and then imagining the rest.
Yeah,
He now at least knows what's under the robe.
I mean, there is a
Oh,
difference
that's
between-
what it was. Oh my god. Oh, listen, I'm really sorry. I thought you were liquid, or some mush thing.
Elvin, please. How did you came to the conclusion of liquid from seeing one of
It
his...
was dark, and he feels cold and smooth.
But that's metal. That's not liquid.
Well, there was also lots of sounds that didn't sound good. I think I was hearing his blood inside him, and that I could hear that disconcerted me a lot.
Oh, okay, I see. You were just in the dark, and you were just imagining what he would look like.
He was inside my robes. I don't like the inside of my robes.
I needed to be hidden.
Do your robes have a special kind of darkness? Or something
No.
of this?
They're very concealing. No light gets in. He fills them out a lot.
They are dense, voluminous. They're built for protection, so they're quite thick. They do not allow most things through.
I see. Fair enough. Well, if I be honest, it is a bit refreshing to see what you look like from out of those rows. I did say I would think you were a simic experiment when if I hadn't met you beforehand. I'm not I don't think I'm disturbed by your appearance.
Interesting.
Hmm.
Cirrus seemed quite accepting as well. It was quite relaxing.
It is actually nice being with people that accept you, isn't it? I imagine that.
Even if one of those around you has called you a monster about 15 times.
Elemi is gonna pull on Nims. Stop that. You don't have to hold that against me.
Nim is giving a very
much
toothy grin.
understand. Cordan chitters in amusement as he folds his discarded robe neatly over his tail. Like a towel rack.
Joke.
Say, have you guys seen Cirrus? He was here in the house before I left, so
He went
spent the night in
shopping.
my room. asleep on the bed.
he went out
He
shopping.
assisted me in mending my armor.
Do you need any help with that? I know how to mend armors, though I'm not exactly sure if it's the same kind of armor I wear.
It has been mended. I
Oh.
really needed assistance in holding it together properly. And he brandishes his very long talons. These are excellent for manipulating small items and delicate work, but holding large items not so well.
Yeah, I just remembered something. We were so preoccupied with the other stuff you said that I nearly forgot. I do have the thing for the Marten phones that you were working on from my house. We may want to finish it so that we can communicate better then.
Oh, marvelous! The paperwork.
Mm-hmm.
It's so very interesting to read through.
Yeah, Element proceeds to takes it out of his backpack and gives it to you.
Cordan accepts it. And then idly starts flicking through it. This page is done, this page is done, this page is done. Ah, here. And then he looks at his talons and he looks back at the paperwork and thinks, I can't exactly hold a pen like this though.
I can write for you if you like. I think that's allowed, isn't it, Marten? Either that, or I can help you put yourself inside your armor once again, so you can do it yourself.
I should only need a gauntlet for my room if it is not.
Okay.
I only need to get one piece on for it to function. He'll carefully put the paperwork on the table.
Sorry, I had stepped away to get some water.
Water.
Water. Cordan is moving towards upstairs to retrieve a gauntlet so he can hold a pen.
The Marten would speak up from, one of them. There's like 3 in here right now, 4. Actually, we do have a proper form for those that are unable to hold the normal pens. We even have one for disembodied presences.
How does that work?
Very carefully.
My digits are useful for carving, not so much writing.
Understood. We'll get you a proper form in a moment.
They're very adaptable.
A few minutes later, an otter just pops out of a hole in the floor. Takes it over to Cordan. It goes over to Cordan and pulls out a package. You're not sure where it pulled it out of, but it just suddenly has a package.
Alright.
This is another upgrade that Cray needs for his house security.
One moment. Toshime, why did you do that?
Hmm?
What situation am I done?
That
Oh,
doesn't
yeah.
matter.
Oh, I see that.
Um,
I wasn't paying attention, so I don't know what was lost.
Only mods can see what's going on.
so Twitch has added a new thing called Shield Mode, and basically it
Yeah.
locks down the chat and helps you manage things in the case of, hate raids and such.
Ah,
It could have been Toshime was just
testing complete.
checking out, testing new things.
Yeah, I think it was
It
that.
seems to have gone through. It seems to have gone through the 3 different settings.
Yeah, I went and turned it off. But anyways.
I
Where
saw the
were we?
pop-up. I saw the pop-up that said only moderators can see this. Pulled out a stack of papers, and Element is saying that's another thing that Frey is going to have to sort out for his security.
Because the other pop out of the floor.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't actually prevent us from going anywhere we want. Sorry.
You people are terrifying.
What do you mean?
Element just remains silent.
Anyways, this will help you with your signing for the contract. And inside the package is actually a basically just a big block of wood that has it has little symbols off to the side that correspond with the various lines and such that you have to fill out in the contract. Since you can carve, you can just carve into this. And it will be valid for being signed on the contract itself.
What a marvelous solution. Very inclusive.
Do let one of us know when you're ready to submit your contract for processing.
Coran's just gonna. Oh no! Coran's gonna drop his medication on the floor. Coran's just going to.
I love how you were just slowly getting quieter and quieter as you were picking it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I moved away from the computer, turned away, and looked down to get it.
We're having a good
Good time. Gotta develop myself with that. As Coran is just going to straighten his arm out at equal to, I suppose, what would be his shoulder. And just kind of loosen the joints and get everything nice and smooth again. It's like, I've not written like this in a while. I might be a bit rusty, but it's a welcome change. He'll get to reading through some of the contract and carving out into the wood.
What do you mean the daily wrench of chaos?
What?
I didn't check which text box I was typing that in. I meant that for the stream chat.
Oh.
Whoops.
I apologize. I was just joking that the day has been going too smooth.
Not
Yeah, I
every
will
session
say-
has to be.
We had the minor derailment of Cordan forgetting his armor, but we could just have a nice slow day today.
I will say,
Unfortunately-
at some
Unless you want to be
point,
kidnapped whilst you're out shopping again.
I will say at
Okay, well-
some point, we do have an interview thing that I want to watch here live on stream.
Oh.
Ooh.
Yes, Digi and I did it with Lyndon's podcast thing.
Yeah, it got posted
Oh.
not too long ago.
Ooh.
Let's see.
I have not actually
Oh.
watched how it turned out, but I have been excited to do so and wanted to do so live on stream.
Sounds cool.
Ooh.
But I
Fancy.
figured we'll do it at the end of the session.
Sounds good to me.
Hopefully, yeah. So unless there's further input, Corridan's going to be writing in this. Unless anyone wants to, I'm sure he can probably carve and listen and speak at the same time. But unless anyone wants to ask additional questions of him.
What is the airspeed velocity of a coconut-laden swallow?
African or European?
African.
Ask
23.
Arthur, he's the... Pretty there, aren't they?
I enjoyed doing that.
Mhm.
They expect me to respond with the other thing, but no. I answer.
I don't know. I don't know that.
Alright, Cyrus's shopping trip. Let's go.
I
we
do
also
like
have-
throwing out a number because you cannot refute without knowing the answer for yourself.
We also have
Yes,
Loot
that is
going
a
to
good
see
point.
Pluto that we could go to.
There is also this, yes. However, Cyrus,
Oh, yes.
No.
where
it is...
are you doing your shopping?
No, it is Cyrus.
Cyrus.
Well, Curtis would be seeking potions, so that's just varied, and I apologize. I'd probably defer to Digi on where that would be best done, but
There are shops. However,
it's
it
nothing
depends
too
on
crazy.
if you're browsing around for a recommended shop or just one.
Just a particular reliable one. It's legitimately just for some healing potions and some watchful rest.
Seeing as how you have established a business, probably do talk to about these things. You have acquired these potions before, so yes, there is. In fact, I even sent you prices.
You're starting to break off again, DG.
Sorry about that. Is this better?
Yes. For
Good,
now.
good.
Yep. The expenses have gone well enough, and this was checked on that one. Just a minor restock, and
All right.
Cyrus is now carrying
Which ones
around-
are you buying, or have you already purchased?
At the moment, was just picking up a good couple dozen of healing potions, the one potion of vitality in case the hastily but effectively made one ever happens to run out, and a couple potions of watchful rest, or just waking sleep, if you will.
The potions of watchful rest are perhaps the cheapest potions, curiously enough. A mere 25 gold each. They're 25. Do you need me to add them to your inventory?
No, they've already been added along with the the requested item for the small bag of holding, as has been mentioned.
Yes.
Yes, the small bags of holding intended specifically for the potions. So, Cyrus now is just going out and restocking because someone stomped their store into the ground, and well, potions don't really survive that.
I'm going to roll an event dice.
Oh dear.
Oh. Well. That is. All right, Cyrus. How determined are you to leave?
That doesn't sound good.
I mean, there's still the plans to go out and fetch the thurible and incense for per Graham's request.
Oh, you're heading in that direction then.
I suppose that would be other one is just an Orzhov
Well-
shop for that.
Yes, there is. As a matter of fact, that's what. Well, let's just say that's very coincidental.
I think I know where this is going.
Yep, you might be correct. Now, Cyrus, have you ever encountered poisoned grandma?
I can't say I have. I don't think.
You're about.
I might have
you're,
been
you're,
vaguely.
you're,
I might have been vaguely mentioned of, but not met.
Yes, you are. You are going to make her acquaintance very rapidly. Because you see a half-elf running with a clock under his arm, looking terrified. And there is a shockingly fast old kobold lady following him with a strange metal two-cylindered metal rod thing.
Well, there is a mild curiosity.
And she's chasing him down the street. With my double-barrel gun, I'll blast you both into the sun! No time to run or dodge or duck. My gun will surely leave you fucked! Granny's out, I'm ready to kill! You'll never afford this hospital bill! This shotgun has a mighty kick! Try and stop me now, you prick!
I understood literally nothing of what was said there.
Alright, I will repeat it in a normal speaking voice then.
Cyrus, in the meantime, will there is mild concern of what is going on, and they don't have a good sense of staying out of things they probably should have. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in this party.
Alright, did anyone else understand that? Or did I actually just key off?
No, I understood, but feel free to repeat because.
Alright, 4 element then. With my double-barrel gun, I'll blast you both into the sun. No time to run or dodge or duck. My gun will surely leave you fucked. Granny's out, I'm ready to kill. You'll never afford the hospital bill. This shotgun has a mighty kick. Try and stop me now, you prick.
Why is she rhyming?
Because she's a little off her rocker and I had too much time to enjoy thinking about this.
Hey, what hallucinogenic poison did Granny try now?
Enja literally sent me this donation goal several days ago.
I had a lot of time to think about and enjoy this, so much so that I went and prepared extras. Because Granny is just so delightful when she's on screen. Because
Well, that said, Cyrus is definitely that their interest is piqued and they are tailing.
She is running them down, and she is somehow closing the distance, even though her legs are half the length of. The man looks terrified. Before she pulls the trigger. And you see one of his legs effectively disappear into a bright cloud before tumbling forward onto the street.
Oh.
Remember, this isn't shotgun.
Once more, Cirrus is warily keeping more towards cover now, and seeing what unfolds, if only to understand the situation. Maybe something clarifies things, but yeah.
The man is crying as she walks over and levels the gun at his face, and like, "Tell me the time now." It's 11:37. Bring it out. I can't. The hands. That would be disingenuous. I will relieve you of your other leg now.
Oh.
Perhaps and he desperately reaches towards the clock, which you can now identify as a clock, and starts turning the minute hands. So it's reaching the next hour.
Sorry, as a what clock? It cut out.
Cuckoo clock. And as he pushes the minute hands, so the clock strikes 12, the little birdie comes out with its signature before she levels her gun. Your time now, you little cursed bitch. Before
Ma'am,
blasting it away.
ma'am. And closing beak as realizing it wasn't leveled on the individual so much as the item, it sounds like.
With each pull, there is a significant bang.
Oh yes, no. The Cirrus is about to speak up to intervene, and was, for one, late, but two, thankfully not that it was not as expected, so that they carry on. Cirrus
And then she's just gonna start waddling off. Where am I? God, my legs are so tired.
Cirrus is gonna cast a healing word on the fellow at a minimum. Because this doesn't look like it's so severe that they should be left to anything by any measure.
No, I mean, like, the right leg from the knee down does not exist anymore.
Oh.
Again, Cirrus is kind of throwing in the okay. This has clearly been enough. This is beyond my wheelhouse of helping, but
The man is crying. It is not dignified in any regard. What the fuck?
keeping an eye as to not let Poison Grandma wander too far is warily going to approach and ask what happened.
Oh, hello, young man. And you too, tiny obsidian marble.
I'm sorry, wait, what?
Rubicon pokes his head out. Stop looking at me. Before before like shuffling back into the feathers. Grouchy. Yes, how can I help you? Do you want soup?
I apologize. I was checking on the fellow on apologies. I was meaning I was keeping an eye not to lose track of Poison Grandma, but checking on the downed fellow, if you will.
Oh, I thought you were like approaching her to speak.
Poison Grandma will be next if this fellow doesn't if the story checks out that it might be safe to approach, and I won't be the attacked, if you will.
He seems a little beside himself.
Well then.
Like, but roll persuasion. Maybe you can calm him down a bit.
Oh, we'll do along with an addition. Shut. Yes, we'll do. And on top of that, Cyrus is also applying a Cure Wounds in the meantime, and I'll tick those 2 spell slots off because this poor fellow needs it.
Yeah. Oh, no. Your words don't reach him.
Well, this is... Oh dear. No. Just gonna move him a little more to the side, a little more out of the way, and probably should get a Boros, but hey, let's go ahead and this lady's maybe they can be
At least the
reasoned with.
bleeding stopped. He'll live.
Yes, this lady can be approached, and at worst case scenario, a good old polymorph tooth works in reserve. And one of the rat polymorph teeth will be kept just in case as emergency.
So wonder.
Ma'am. Ma'am?
Oh, hello, young man.
I'm sorry, but what happened here?
Oh, he was curse drunk.
So okay. Whoa, what is that of yours there?
It's a gun. It makes people brave. I borrowed it. I have to put it back now. Maybe a few coins. I can't give back the ammunition unless she starts looking back across the street.
No, this is plenty enough. This will go back to whomever it was, hopefully, or at the very least, let's refrain from. What did the fellow do to warrant that, if I may?
Well, he got curse struck and started hitting people with his clock. It's cursed, you know. Well, not anymore. It's very scrapped iron now. It's very.
Okay, I'm sure they'll be fine then. Well, that said, perhaps I'll just keep with you for a little. Make sure we don't have to use that again. Yes.
Soup time.
Perhaps. Let us return this item of yours first before we do that.
Okay. And the little kobold lady wandering off with an owl behind her.
Cyrus is keeping the polymorph tooth ready just in case, but this hopefully will reduce the chances of a repeat.
You can feel Rubicon glaring from under his feathers. There's something about this woman. I don't like it.
Mom, just very quietly whispering back, "You don't say."
I mean, apart from the obvious, you boob.
Oh, no worries. I'm sure I'll be able to back off if needed.
Right.
Cyrus is being well aware and also kindly making sure Poison Grandma does not point it with wanton abandon. This is akin to a crossbow. Don't point at what you don't want to break.
It's okay. It's not loaded.
I don't know how to tell that, so forgive me for not being certain.
Here. Points it. Look, it's not loaded. Bang. Oopsie doopsie.
Yep. Down. Let's keep moving. Let's return it to its owner.
You're right. It's hard to tell.
Oh,
Maybe if it was made of glass, I could see it.
ma'am, I don't think that'll hold up if it were made of glass. Not without some serious enchantment or something.
You're right. Carriage! She's trying to wave down a carriage by waving the gun to make herself taller.
Cyrus is gonna gently nudge that down before waving for them.
A carriage does eventually stop too, and she asks to be taken to the Izzet headquarters. To which he agrees partly that he'll drop her off closer. Or close enough, probably.
Mentally.
Okay.
Cyrus will tag along just to be sure at this point, but at the very least, it is ringing a bell now of okay, this is the level I'm dealing with. Not a day.
You notice that she seems to be looking at you some degree of scrutiny. You are a very polite young kidnapper.
What even do you mean? I just want to make sure you don't harm anyone. I'm gonna be honest.
Oh, you've been following me for a very long time. So, just thinking, you can have your name. I don't need them. Pat pat.
Just be mindful with that. We'll get it back to whomever created on that.
That's plenty, though. She holds up a bag.
Plenty what? More of these?
Oh, no. I have these.
Of these? Pardon?
He opens the bag and reveals kidney beans.
Oh, beans. Okay. Huh. Fair. Just, let's get this back to its owner before too much more occurs. Cirrus is being extra mindful to make sure that they're not pointing it anywhere bad at this point now after witnessing what this unfamiliar device is doing.
There aren't many other notable incidents other than weird mannerisms and other people just really confused. With you perhaps needing friends before she does indeed push her way into the Izzet headquarters.
Sir, still being mindful and hopefully nothing occurs, but a little less worried about needing a polymorph tooth at this point. Still
However,
tailing along.
once she reaches the receptionist desk, she then dashes off, like skitters away down a hallway. Ma'am? What the where'd she go? and he's looking around as if she just disappeared from his sight.
The receptionist or Poison
The
Grandma?
receptionist, yes. She walked up to the desk and then just like did down the hallway. It was near
Wow.
instant movement.
They recognize what you've got. Okay, that's Oh dear. Was that the only fellow that you used that on, or were there others?
I assume you're following after her.
Oh wait, are we? Oh wait. So
Poison Grandma is the one that just like walked up to the reception desk and then just vanished. With you hearing her clawed foot on tile floor, like skittering away. Like he went so fast all of a sudden.
Oh dear. I apologize. I'm weighing how Cirrus would respond with this one for a moment.
You're fine. She is in the Izzet Guild. Technically, it's not your problem anymore. You have escorted her.
For reasons of not dashing through halls of danger by recklessly, just offering the question to the receptionist. Excuse me. The kobold that I came in with, did you recognize them? Or their device?
The device is a little familiar, but I haven't seen her before.
Would you happen to know where that might be? I just want to make sure it gets to back to whomever it was from.
Let me see. And he pulls out a huge log book. And held be about.
Cirrus is just trying to keep memory of where that direction was, just for at the very least a minimum sense. And if I may be permitted, perhaps a single hunter's mark, just to make sure that there's a sense of where this potential lunatic has gone.
I can't imagine he wouldn't have done that. Like just to be ready, because she has something that can make people's limbs vanish into, well, vapor.
Pardon, I was meaning the hunter's mark just for the sake of tracking.
Yes, I know. I imagine you would put it on her quite the while ago.
Much appreciated, thank you.
And yes, you do have a general idea of where she's going. You are also aware that she is going up and down repeatedly.
A sense of this is not to the correct person or she is searching intensifies.
Searching intensifies. She is
Sorry.
doubling back on herself a lot. She's. Aha. Here we are. Third floor. We do have an experimental armory. I believe testing had stopped on this as we tried to find facilities for easy production of these things. A shotgun.
I do apologize. I
This
cut out
one
a little.
will be a double barrel variant, firing both 2 rounds at once for extra damage. Well, fire. Huh. How much has she fired that?
It has been fired.
How many casualties?
That is one fellow who's missing a lower part of their leg now. They've been healed enough that they'll live, but and Cirrus will provide the location as in case they wish to do any damage control.
Yeah, I think that'd be a pretty good idea, actually.
I escorted them here just to try and make sure no further incident occurred. And they're currently frantically skittering around the halls now, so I'm just wondering if I need to go.
Cool. I love having her inside my workplace with a shotgun.
Duke.
I am now mildly concerned because, again, they, yes.
Yeah.
Security!
Oh.
We've got more experimental weaponry on the list. What is she? A kobold has it! Do you have any other details?
It was used twice, so
Oh, God. Wait,
the
but
second
only one
time
person was injured?
To my understanding, I didn't see anyone else injured of the second, and I didn't hear anything, so there was some damage, but at the very least, I think that could be chalked up to just anything else, maybe. It'll be in the same area.
Alright, then. That's not the worst outcome.
You need a little help tracking them down quickly, or
I probably.
Well, Cirrus is volunteering to, at the very least, guide them in a little bit.
He's offering you a plaque. Hey, here's a temporary pass. Congratulations, you're a volunteer.
Cirrus is internally dying slightly on hearing those words, but no matter.
Congratulations on becoming a temporary, is it?
Well, more than happy directing of and lightly advising whenever they're zipping up or down or just in a general direction heading along, and
All right, let's see how this goes.
certainly keeping head on a swivel, not knowing what the is it are cooking up at any given time. What have I done? What have I done?
High or low?
High always. For better or for worse.
So unfortunately, she rolled a 4, so... and the security guards. So, well, they cannot get a hand on her. She is so slippery. And you even, witness her once in a while, and she is not on the floor. She is running along the walls with sheer momentum. They are quite baffled and, increasing security measures. Large gates are shutting to, quarantine off some sections of the wings. Security level has increased. Roll again, high or low.
Once again, high, and Cirrus is now just going to keep at the ready a gaseous form spell, just in case. This just a very much at the ready in case it happens to be pointed at me, because I don't know if this thing's safe or not anymore.
Well, finally, they managed to capture her. And there's oh, you want this thing? Oh, okay. Pats them, escapes the handcuffs, leaves. Wait, you're not here. Ah, fuck it. We got the gun.
Okay, well.
Wait, where are the bullets? Get her!
Yep. This is Cirrus's life now.
Thankfully, they have not decreased security yet, so after another very intense chase, they command her again, and this time plainly ask...
They can only talk like that Pokemon for 2 minutes.
Oh no. Well, there you go. You are now knocked out.
You said Desui.
Oh, Desui.
Which
one is that one?
Desui?
Decidui. That is the
that thing.
That's the
God, it's been a while.
ghost grass starter. It's an owl.
The archer owl.
Well, they managed to corner her again, and this time make it clear that they want the gun and everything relating to the gun. She gives them the
Kinda. Arceus has turned Inju into a Chingling. They can only talk like that Pokemon for 2 minutes.
Oh my.
Chingling? What Pokemon is that?
Chingling. I believe it's a
Is it that?
a bell Pokemon.
Ah.
Anyway.
I felt like more
this
chaos
time she
was
returns
warranted with this.
She returns the gun and everything relating to the guns because apparently she had a second. She had a second. But finally, she has relinquished everything, and they just want her gone. So she leaves. Very rude young man. They will not get the girlfriends very easily.
I don't know. You gave them a good chase.
Oh yes, very fast, very persistent. Good at their jobs. Oh. Well, I guess it's time to go home now. I have more potatoes. I don't know where they came from, but I have them.
Wonderful.
Sir is just internally
She is holding up a strangely cute.
Is that
This
also
shopping trip went very well.
just warily responding? Is that also from who you got that gun from?
Oh no, different room.
Uh, how many things do you have from this place? Do you work here?
Oh no, isn't this a market? Isn't this?
I'm, uh, no.
There are many things on tables. I left money.
Sirs is just taking a deep breath.
Sirius is mildly concerned.
Okay.
If her robberies are found out, they might chase her again.
You know what? That one at least looks relatively tame, but
It's a potato. It's
I'm willing to help with things, but we might want to bring a lot of that back. The Izzet are not known for there's a lot of experimentals in that building. I don't think it's safe for you to have too many things from them.
experimental potato. That sounds weird.
Gesturing at the cuboid potato.
Food is food. Food is food.
Yes, I just mean that we might want to be careful. That's just not. Oh, it's just a cube potato. I don't know. Oh,
Food is food. You want some?
You know what? Sure, I'll humor you on it. Cyrus is just
great! She is walking out of the building and she's taking you home.
Cyrus is just internally thinking, okay, if there's anything super dangerous I see, just be ready. Maybe this can be reported and recovered later.
Oh God.
um, or even just quietly returned.
Would you like to call the rest of the party to tell them of your escapade?
Now that the events have de-escalated, yes, that is a good point. A nice call to Element as.
Element answers the Marten phone.
Element, I might need a little bit of help here.
Oh, where are you? What's the matter?
Heading back. I'm. Oh dear. Okay. Leaving the Izzet. I'm with a lady that may have taken a lot of Izzet things potentially. I might ask for a little help once if this needs to be returned or not. This lady they're a handful. I don't get a day off after I've met you guys, but the those ironthorn plants aren't nothing.
Element belay. Cyrus, is this lady happen to be an elderly kobold?
Martin, are you getting my visual right now? No? Yes? What? That um pu- pu- yes, are you psychic? You've not told me this.
I am not psychic. Um, uh, the way you're describing her, even if you didn't describe any of her features, the way you're telling me she acts, I couldn't be anybody else. If I didn't think it was her.
There are many crazed elders out with much power, but sure. Either way, yes, that would be them.
The only reason why I thought of her first is because, well, I know I am acquainted with her family, and they told me that she had, and I was told earlier that she was out and about wielding a gun. Is that
Oh,
is that more or less
yes, that would
what
be
you?
it.
Yes, so
It
it
has been
is.
returned.
Oh, okay, that's good then.
The Izzet
So
were advised of the casualty. I made sure they would survive, but I'm hoping that'll work out. But they've said they've taken even more stuff as though it was from a market, and I'm not sure. Perhaps you're familiar, but maybe a little bit of help in case.
I am coming right away. I was planning of looking. I was planning of looking for her to begin with later, but since you have found her already, that saves me the trouble. If I be honest.
Fantastic.
Yeah, just stay where you are and just make sure she doesn't leave your side. I know where she lives, and we can take her there once I arrive there.
I'm afraid to tell them to stop. I'm sorry. You can follow my Martin to me, but I'm just gonna follow.
Is your do you have your location thing turned on? That's something you gotta turn on.
Cirrus is clearing the Martin to provide location. This one time.
It provides directions. Element, would you like to
Yes,
Grandma?
I am.
All right.
Yes, I'm informing the rest of the party about the situation.
Hey, good news, Loot. Poison Grandma has been found, and she's coming back to make lunch.
I don't have a Marten.
Yeah.
Element is telling.
But you're not. He's not
Loot
here
isn't
actually.
there.
He left the house. He left the
Did
house.
he?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
like
sorry
you
about
said
that.
earlier, he's going to see
Yeah.
Pluto.
I left the
That's
house
right.
because people were trying to kill me again. Just
Lar
No,
Ashfell
they were
has left
trying
the
to kill
building.
Noir Ashfell.
You see, Asheville are an incredible assassin, theoretically.
Yeah, coming in with your disguise may not have been a good idea.
I mean, the disguise wouldn't have been the problem. It was introducing yourself as an Ashfell that got Nim on high alert.
And having
Yeah.
disguised your scent as not your scent.
Yeah.
I'm just going to remember this. That's all.
Oh yes, no worries. We'll get to that. You're free to do what you will after you've left the house, and I'm sure we'll get around to that shortly. In fact, do you have anything you wish to say before we continue?
Nope, just continue.
Okay. Well, that's it. Element on you to rally Nim and Cordon if you wish.
Yeah. But also,
Oh, wait. Well, we have Graham at the house.
somebody has to stay. Even if
Nim
Actually,
and
no, wait.
Silver will
Wait.
stay at the house to watch Graham.
No, we can just leave it with Cray, because Cray is also not here. We can just have them both not be here. And Cray will just look after Graham for this time.
Fair enough.
Oh. Concessions made.
Also, why do you sound so far away, Sim?
I'm not at my computer at the moment.
Ah, okay.
I'll be back shortly.
Well
Fair
then, in that case, why don't we go over to Loot and Pluto? Well, Loot arriving at the ensemble.
Okay. I don't know. Things change. Okay, I guess Loot walks up to the ensemble's house and rings the doorbell.
Or knocks.
Who will answer the door? Ooh! 'Tis a man in full armor. And he looks down upon you. Oh. That one.
He saw through my disguise?
Well, two
Okay,
things.
I take off the disguise. Fine.
Well, he was going to say two things. One, there's only one. There are only two other rabbits that know about this place. One has a perpetual scowl, the other is black fur. So the third option would be you, because if not, I would have smoten you where you stand. Second, you very much look like you are wanting something. So clearly you know who is inside.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm here to destroy a contract.
Vague, but okay.
Where's Pluto? He says with his fist upstretched, shaking it.
He is inside in one of the workshops.
Show me, or just get out of my way.
He is going to pick you up by your wrists and start walking.
Isn't that what you do to toddlers?
Yes.
I don't think much of you.
I guess he'll put his feet on his feet, because that's how you do it properly.
He takes you to Pluto. I have this angry child. You know, for a rabbit, he is considered fully grown. Actually. Oh. How sad. He'll set you down and leave.
Damn it, I want it to be medium. Anyway, yes, Pluto, that contract you were making,
Ah, yes.
destroy it.
Oh, you've come to your senses. That's marvelous.
Nim is just not worth it. He just has such a murder. He's like some sort of murder hobo. Like, he doesn't have his own house. He just walks up and kills people. It's just, why am I trying to earn his trust?
I don't think that's entirely fair.
He tried to kill me today. Again.
You were in disguise. If that outfit you're wearing is anything to go by.
I changed out of it.
Did you dye your fur?
No. I applied. That's not the subject.
You smell like perfume.
I had to disguise the smell.
You see, I was actually expecting you to ask me how I can.
You were expecting to ask him what? You,
Pluto was expecting him to ask how we can smell him. Being a skeleton.
How we could skeleton?
how he could
Pluto is
smell
a
him.
skeleton.
Oh,
He's asking
Oh.
how you would smell them.
Yeah, he was expecting you to like pause and ask how you smell.
You're breaking out. Sorry.
You're breaking up very badly right now.
Sorry about that.
um,
Pluto was intending for Loot to like pause and like demand an answer how he
Oh.
could possibly smell the perfume.
because I keep forgetting you're a skeleton, and I keep thinking you're a guy in a skull mask.
I'm not. No, I am indeed lacking meat of any kind, or blood, or need of air.
I just don't know what I'm going to do now.
Well, why don't we talk about Nim then?
He's
You're-
not important to me.
Okay then. What about the others?
Well, I'd like to see if I can be of use to them. But every
Okay.
time it always goes back to Nim.
He does seem to be one of the most outspoken members. He has a very clear sense of his value.
Mm-hmm.
However, he also comes from a different background and has a different skill set and viewpoint from the others. After all, he is not from here. And that could perhaps...
Neither am I.
Well, I meant not from Ravnica entirely.
You know where he came from?
I do believe, wasn't it some place called Mole Master? I was there once when I was assisting in gathering reagents for the vest that Silver is currently wearing.
I assume it was some untamed jungle filled
No, actually,
with monsters.
it's significantly more medieval than Ravnica, but it's not untamed wildness. He probably did live in such wildness at some point, however. But if I am to believe his story, he did not stay there the entire time. All I'm saying is that perhaps if you two could learn about each other, then perhaps things could progress a bit more smoothly.
Well,
If your
step one,
current selves can't. Yes.
step one, don't kill me.
Did he? Well,
Yes.
now there is a difference between harming and killing. So
Well,
Don't
you're right. He
harm
only
me.
used an ability that, if I didn't jump out of the way, would have possibly completely conflagrated me. And then, yeah. So, yes, lethal force was used.
There
Then
is a re-
I suppose we should talk to him about that, because even if he doesn't like you, I don't think he hates you. So perhaps
Yes,
we
but-
should ask for a meeting on neutral ground, where perhaps there is someone that he does trust as a figure of authority. I believe there was... Oh, Malt. He seems to be a decent mediator.
Character, this feels like I'm going to like couples counseling where like one of the couple has been like incredibly abusive, and like everyone like I'm like, I'd like to get a divorce. It's like, no, just go to the counseling. He'll get better. Trust us. We'll just talk about his actions lately.
Well,
Simple solution.
It-
you
it-
roll
it
a new
is-
character and let Neon walk away.
yes, that could also happen if
No worries.
if he did want that to happen. The goal, however, is to have Nim understand loot.
It's not going to happen. Sorry, nah, that was out of character.
Oh dear.
I don't even know what to say about that.
Well, as was stated previously, people are, well, products of their environments and the people they have met. They have, well, no two people have the exact same viewpoint unless you're basically indoctrinated into doing so.
It probably
So-
wouldn't be so bad if it wasn't so one-sided. Him attempting to kill me.
Admittedly, he, from my understanding, was formerly a paladin, so he might still, well, he takes broken promises or
Broken
certain
trust.
actions very, very seriously.
I'm not-
However, that is not a viewpoint that everyone shares, such as the Orzhov. We
The
follow
Orzhov-
the letter of the law, but not the spirit. Well, we is sort of subjective. I've cut my ties with them, but I still have their methodology ingrained in me. Loose word contracts that are very deliberately in their favor.
This time, I feel like I've been more useful to the Orzhov than I have this group.
I completely forgot for a moment that Pluto is from the Orzhov. I could have gone to him for info, trying to get information in this regard.
Well, he was from the Golgari taken by the Orzhov,
Oh, okay, never mind then.
and he spent more of his life with the Orzhov than he did with the Golgari.
Well,
Fair enough.
unlike.
And his unlife, he perished in the Orzhov service. They don't let you rest.
I'm just not looking for excuses at this point. People have made excuses for me. People have made excuses for him. But nothing's happening.
There may be
It's
some
moving.
extenuating circumstances. Perhaps some outside factors that are being misconstrued.
Mhm.
I can't promise it'll do anything. It's just my idea.
Also, even if I was under disguise, who the world just immediately sees someone coming up in a friendly attitude and immediately tries to kill them?
Perhaps.
Loot knows who the Ashbills are.
Well,
There's no
was your
statement.
disguise?
I know the. Yes, Loot knows who the Ashfells are. He doesn't come from a society that would have done this. You worked in, what is it, customer service? No, that's not it. Servicing customers.
Servicing customers.
So
Fair
he's not used to this. Kill the customer as soon as they enter.
Which is very different from Nim's upbringing.
Yeah,
Where he
kill
is-
the messenger.
No,
I would like to ask,
quite.
when did you, when was Noir Asheville a customer at all?
Once you entered your house under invitation of someone else, he was your guest.
It's Cray's house.
Yeah, he was Cray's guest.
No, Cray did not invite him in.
It doesn't matter.
Neither did
You're
Nim.
Element.
You're under bound hospitality.
No,
See,
you're
these
not.
Are things that, See, these are things that you could argue.
Yeah,
Cultural differences between Nim's upbringing and Loot's upbringing.
yeah. In Lute's upbringing, things
Hold
are a
on.
lot harsher in terms
Hold on.
of hospitality.
This is like saying your friend inviting some stranger into your home, and that meaning that you have to be okay with that. That is not
No,
how
you
it
don't-
works.
You're,
Element is Nim's friend. Noir
You've
is a stranger to Nim.
actually, technically, I guess that would be allowed where Lute is.
You have disguised as a hostile factor that may or may not have element on the end of a sword on entering the building, and may or may not have engaged in torment to bring them there. It was a chancy and interesting choice of actions.
Anyway, so ultimately, he views the situation a little bit different, and it would have been handled differently where he grew up. Also, yes, you are obligated to invite the person he invites to, unless there's a good reason not to.
And there was this time
No, you are
around.
never under
You let him
obligation
in.
to.
You let him in. It's too late
Nim
after
let
that.
Element. You are
And-
never under obligation to invite a stranger into your home under any circumstance. Especially not one that is part of a that presents themselves as an enemy.
It's a representative. You can't harm a representative.
You can absolutely harm a representative.
Ask what they did with the insurance men.
Oh yeah, them.
Oh, God,
Yeah, that one guy
insurance
is now
man.
scattered across the various multiverse.
Yep.
Okay, this is devolving. I feel like Lute's already in counseling. That should have been in character, because that would have been perfect. Anyway, so it was so much easier with the Orthov. Like, sure, there was a bunch of stabbing people in the back, but at least you saw it coming.
You stab Niv in the back first, or at least that's how he sees it. That's why he's so cross with him. But as a
Oh,
But-
Elman, I didn't see you.
Wait, what?
no, I'm saying that out of character. But I suppose
Yeah.
maybe Lute doesn't understand that.
Who
because it-
understands that?
No, but I mean he doesn't understand why Nim is so close to the point that he's so hostile towards. Lute.
And where he comes from, you're supposed to take being betrayed with like a grain of salt, really.
Yes.
Betrayal is just a word for friendship.
Well, with
Okay,
Nim,
well, in that case, what is the problem of Nim, quote unquote, betraying Loot by attacking him out in the open?
You mean almost murdering him once, and then giving up because you were bored of it, and then almost murdering him again?
I mean, that sounds like an Orzhov action. Just with fewer steps.
No, because that was
This
not
is sounding
clever.
exactly the same situation!
It wasn't clever at all. You didn't do anything smart. It's just thug.
So between Pluto and Loot.
Yes. So Pluto, who's here? Sorry, I have voices ringing in my ear.
That's alarming. Is your Marten phone on?
I don't have a Marten phone. My lawyer is looking at the contract, but he hasn't gone through with it yet.
Oh.
It's like I have long days, but I don't get anything done in them.
I see.
Also, it's another death contract for some reason.
No. What?
I don't. There are stipulations where if you do certain things, you will die. I don't know what your obsession with that. Even the Orzhov doesn't have so many things. Mind you, they have a lot of stipulations that if you die, you still owe them.
See.
Maybe I'll just
I understand that much.
Maybe I'll just get the knockoff.
I'm also going to point out that the Marten contract does not actually outright say you will die.
It doesn't say you'll forfeit your life or they can do whatever they want to you.
No, that's Pluto's. The
Marten contract says justice will be dispensed.
That's not a proper contract writing. Anyway, I heard that they could steal your organs as part of breaking that contract.
That's also Pluto.
Yes, I know that's Pluto.
From?
Apparently, Pluto can enact the Marten phone contract.
The Marten phone contract does not say anything about organ.
It says justice will be done. You know, you're so heartless. Do you need that heart?
Damn.
Honestly, this is very in character for Luke because he just assuming the worst.
Luke just lies constantly. Like everything he says is a lie.
Loot has no bluff skills or no deception skills, so
well, yeah, they're terrible lies, but they're still lies.
Yeah.
He goes around telling everybody the sky is green.
I never done that. Anyway, so couple counseling with Nim is what I'm getting at.
Couple counseling? I mean, yeah, that actually sounds like what it is now that I think about it.
But it's just going to be a judgmental thing between me and him. Both of us will hate it.
GG?
Yes. All right. So, I assume. Well, what would you like to do? If you're perhaps you want to give it a bit of time before you do any decisions. Is there anything else I can help you with other than?
Well, there's some things that I can do on my own. Like I am looking for a few items, but you wouldn't happen to. I know all of you guys are mana users because of the last time I was here.
That is correct.
You wouldn't happen to know anything about like adjusting your mana, would you?
Yes, actually.
Oh, okay. Because currently my mana ability is pretty worthless because I have no allies.
Say, what was the thing that that Lute said right before he left Gray's house after Nim attacked him?
I can see when there is an individual not wanted, and I will see myself out, or something to that effect.
Yeah, that's
He
what
did outright say he was going to see Pluto.
Yeah, I was wondering if I was remembering that correctly or not. Because if that was the case, Pluto will probably get a Marten for talk in the middle of this conversation from Element. Partly because Element got the location of Poison Grandma.
Okay. Play the Marten. I think your Marten phone's ringing. Pluto.
Hello? Ah, yes, he oops the nose.
Hey there, Pluto. Is Lute with you by any chance? I
Yes,
remember
he-
him. I remember him mentioning you before he left.
Yes, he is here.
Okay. I wanted to let him know that I found where his well, it's not his grandma, but the grandma of the house he lives in. I found where she's at.
Oh,
We were supposed to try and look for her, but a friend of ours actually found her.
okay.
Yeah. Also, I do wanna ask if he's doing well. By the way,
All right.
there was a bit of an altercation right before he left.
Ah, Loot. Your element is concerned for you. Also, supposedly, a grandmother found. Does this mean anything to you?
I think so. We were looking for a grandma earlier, but then tried to sneak into the Ashfell family.
Well, we never began that, but that was the plan.
I see. Why might that be happening?
Sneaking into the Ashfells?
That is a very worded church, my friend.
It's to find out where the Snowfells are at.
Interesting.
I could have pulled it off. Or died. Either way, it's a plus.
I disagree with that, actually. I think now, Loot, listen to me very carefully.
Mm-hmm.
There are people who want you to be around for a very long time and might be upset at your permanent absence.
Like?
There is your father.
Oh yeah, Merrick.
Yes,
Papa Merrick.
you and Element does seem to be showing general regard for your well-being, so I am interpreting that he is your friend.
Maybe. Merrick hasn't taken me out to any place yet, though.
I don't think you've been adopted for very long. Also, he does. And you are also not home very much.
Ah.
Perhaps you just take a. Why don't you just take a day off and be with your family?
That sounds like a good idea. You mean right now?
Not. Well, if you want. There. I mean, you've probably had an altercation with Nim, so you're not really in the mood to go and see him or perhaps do very much of anything.
Yeah, but I have to save Grandma.
I don't think that is required since they seemingly discovered location and assuming, based on their track record, resolved whatever has occurred.
You're breaking off again. You're breaking off again, Gigi, just to let you know.
Alright, thank you. Given their track record, I assume they've resolved whatever incident is happening.
Yeah. Possibly. Usually by making it worse first.
That's not usually how it goes.
Oh, I thought it was. Sorry. That was the other group.
Our group may be dysfunctional and bizarre, but we usually do end up making things better whenever we solve.
Yeah. I think Loot's going to. Yeah, I guess Loot is going to take Merrick to the fair.
Perhaps you should express a desire to do things with your father. But I can also help you with the mana. It doesn't have to be now, but I can help you.
Well, I don't have much to do. To admit, because my hands are tied. I can't just come up with the locations of the villains.
Snowfalls.
No, not them.
Bigger villains.
Yeah, the Ravagers. Seekers.
Seekers.
Sorry, bad.
The Ravagers.
That would be a terrifying thing to try to fight against, if Pluto knows.
The Ravagers. That would be terrifying.
Oh yeah. I mean, yeah. It's either that or I go after the Seekers. But maybe I should take the day off with my father. Da-da-da.
That sounds like a very pleasant thing, and I think it'll be good.
Definitely nothing bad will happen because of this decision. I'm joking. I think it will be good.
I can honestly see Lute saying that in character. Honestly.
Lute did say that in character.
Well,
And I'll come back when you're ready for the mana tune-up.
oh, that can be done generally any time. But it is good if you have a general idea of. You've not been taught much about mana, have you?
Other than it exists, no.
Would you like to know now, or perhaps when you have a surplus of time?
I'm here right now. I might as well learn.
All right. Well, everyone has 2 colors. There are rare exceptions when, due to external circumstances or as you grow, your capacity increases. Some have more potential than others, but generally, people can develop abilities once their mana is refined. Some people don't even have to go through a traditional awakening. Some just awaken it on their own. Most, however, need someone of their matching colors to help them.
Hmm.
You have been with the Orzhov your entire life, so while it may not be your choice, your colors are white and my colors are also white and black. So I am the ideal person to help you. However, should something occur and I might not be present, other people could be of assistance. They don't have to have your exact colors, they just need to have, such as if you find one person with white mana and one person with black mana working together, they could help you. Second, you were complaining earlier about your ability not being beneficial.
That is correct.
Abilities are not set in stone yet. You are far from the last. You are far from. So it would not be
Far from.
untoward to ask for another one. Release it back, turn it into potential once more, and, well, get another one. You are still in your developmental stages, after all. I mean, nobody has themselves figured out right from the start.
True.
So, are you ready then?
Yes.
All right,
If you'd have me.
I would. So, have a seat then, and assume a meditative stance.
Okay, he bowlegs his legs.
All right. Now, I suppose just focus. I can tell you that you've been there once before, so this shouldn't be too rough. And make a wisdom save. you still feel the connection with your body as you basically descend into darkness once more. Only this time you land pretty close to your house rather than the alley maze that you ran through beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
Still virtually picturesque, sitting on top of a hill. Only you know what's waiting inside for you.
I slowly approach the familiar house, my steps cautious and slow.
Door is left open.
As I walk inside, going to the familiar dining room, I believe it was.
Yep. They're still there. Blank masks sitting on a table, with the mannequins still seated just as they were beforehand.
Hello. I am back. And I'm seeking new gifts.
The father mannequin reaches up and places the mask on, features now appearing upon it, and he seems delighted. Well, you've been overdue. You're so hard to reach, you know.
He realizes he's talking to someone who probably isn't that interested in what he has to say. It's difficult.
The mask is... the mother mannequin reaches over and plucks it off the father's face before putting it on. So what can we do for you then? You look like you have something in mind. Or perhaps you'd like a suggestion? Something to push you along?
My last gift was for others to feed upon me and gain the succor that they needed to empower their own abilities. I'd like to change that to something for myself instead. To radiate mana instead.
Well then, a sun mask, the sun takes the mask. Then you need a whole new you. So how about it? Do you want some new masks?
Yes.
We'll make them just for you.
See, takes a step forward. Yes. If I'm to try at this new life, I need the power only you can give me.
The sun takes the mask off, places it on the middle of the table, and you hear multiple voices laughing as all the mannequins suddenly and shakily start clapping their hands. Before a paper appears before you.
Oh, okay. I guess
Will you
It's
accept?
another death contract!
Will you accept the magic and might mana ability?
Yes.
So it is done.
I signed the contract, which isn't a death contract.
It is not a death contract. However, you do certainly feel a certain divide in you now.
Is this my first ability reborn or second?
This is your second one.
Ah, okay.
However, things dim as you take on this ability. The clapping is silent and the mannequins are still. You feel alone in this house now.
It's gonna slowly back up, leaving the house without looking away. The house still gives him the creeps. He just was able to hide it a little better this time.
It is not the greatest, and you did flee rapidly the first time.
Yeah. This time he just, like he's in shock, walking backwards slowly away from it.
We're outside. The house is still and dark.
Right now, Luke's gonna turn around and just abscond.
You still feel the connection to your body. You have the ability to wake yourself up now.
And then he will do so.
You're sitting there, and you do feel different. You feel very different. So, how are you doing?
A little different, to admit.
Did you get what you wanted?
We'll see.
All right.
We will see.
There's something else that I might want to tell you of. Mana takes some time to recharge. Someone can't respect themselves in one day. It has to be one ability at a time.
Mm-hmm. So I'd have to come to you again another day if I wanted to change one of my abilities.
Yes. Or two other people who could fill in.
Yeah. Sun with white or black mana, a strong connection to divinity or death.
Well, you'll need both colors present, but they don't have to be from one person.
Oh. It's going to be pretty difficult to have an Azorius and a... Goodness, who would count for black?
Well,
Boros can also go for white.
Yeah.
That would be reasonably easier. Probably.
I suppose there's always Oswald if you are in need of black. He's very blatantly Rakdos.
Yeah, he... Is this the end of my mana journey?
Say that again?
Is this the end of my mana journey?
No. You have more growth to go through, but this is your current potential. People can generally get up to 5 abilities, but, and this is for a very extreme case, you can force it out early at the expense of long-term growth. such as if you absolutely must have third ability right now, it's not impossible, but it'll come at a price.
Hmm. I wouldn't know what to do with it.
Yes, I'm just informing you so you can think on it. I wouldn't recommend it, but it is your mana, and thus the options are yours.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Pleasure to help.
Do I have a gift that I could give him that would be something he could use?
What might you bestow upon Skelly Man?
I have nothing. I have absolutely nothing he could use.
Absolutely nothing.
Like, I
Then,
give him tea, but he can't drink it.
then bestow upon him gratitude. That'll
Yes, I bestow upon him my thanks.
He will take it graciously.
All right. I guess we'll leave to go home and go to the fair with Merrick.
You should probably ask him before you take him to the fair.
However, if I may turn your attention to Guild Tales, I found something so perfect. It feels very universal. It feels.
Oh no.
Wonderful.
Yep, that's a fine introduction. However, unfortunately, Merrick is not at home.
Oh God. Okay.
He is at work.
Well, now what am I going to be doing?
There's let's see. Cyrus was taking poison home. She's probably arrived at the and there's Brad.
Breaking off again, Gigi.
Well, there's Morath at home, and Cyrus has arrived with his and Grandma.
Oh, good. She's home.
Yeah, if Cyrus arrived with poison, that will probably he will probably be with Element and Nim and Corden.
Soon, perhaps. Who knows who is closer?
Then I invite Poison Grandma back in with the murder crew.
Okay. Do you
Welcome.
in fact call them that?
No, I don't call them the murder crew out loud. Welcome back, Grandma.
It's good to be back.
Hey, Mora, we were able to find your grandma, or rather, Sirius was able to find your grandma.
Oh my goodness! Thank God.
Yes.
She didn't make a mess, did she?
Just two.
Two?
One's a little more than the other.
What happened?
Well, I'm hoping the Izzet will resolve it, but there is a fellow who is They're missing a bit of their leg. I'm sure they'll be fine. They've been healed a bit up, and this fine lady here has been escorted to return the item that caused it.
Mm-hmm.
I am curious. Were you aware of this?
I was informed through Raylel that she had something called gun.
Yep, that sounds about right. I believe they called it a shotgun. Very devastating. Either way, it has been returned. And if you may, I recommend verifying that they don't have anything else dangerous on them. They may have visited the Is It as a marketplace, and well, ma'am, I'll let you explain that one a little better.
Okay. See, there was a man, and he had a curse thing. He chased around people and beat them with a cuckoo clock. However, he only got this impulse when the cuckoo came out. So, very cursed. I had to destroy it. But how do I do that? I make myself wait until the clock springs. And then he chased me. Only I had a surprise. And he did not want to chase me anymore. So, I chase him instead and do what I must to destroy the cuckoo.
Sir is just standing blinking.
That is actually somewhat reason. It's unfortunate that the guy had to lose his leg because of that, though.
That could have been handled better, but I won't knock the cleverness and the approach. That is fair. And do you have anything outstanding that you've picked up recently? From the building that you thought was a market?
I got stew things. And she starts dumping out a bag of vegetable? Question mark.
Yes. Why don't you all come in and have a nice warm meal by Grandma as thanks?
Man, it's so fitting that Cray is missing because he is immune to poison and was so happy.
And let me stare at Lud. Lud, you are aware of what you're saying right now, right?
Yes.
You do remember that the last time I came to eat here, you kicked me out, right? Remember?
I didn't kick you out.
You did. You did it to save him from cooking.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Sure, I rescind the ban.
As the knife slides through the cuboidal potato, it sounds like glass shattering.
But you know what? I think you're specifically busy.
Are you okay? Are you okay, Lute?
Okay, fine. Then you can come in and enjoy the meal.
Cyrus is just cocking their head to the side a little. I'm not sure you quite... I'm not sure those groceries are what she thinks they are.
Well, she knows very well what they are.
Luke,
it's potato.
Are you familiar with the Is It in any fashion or capacity?
Yes.
those all came out of their possibly testing facility.
Mm.
And they were picked up without attention to what they were for. Are you sure about this?
Oh, if you don't want any, I'll have plenty of Grandma's cooking. But it would just be so rude.
I respectfully advise that I don't mind, but you are the first one to consume anything.
Okay. Element is gonna go up to Luda and wrap his arm around him. Okay. Voice Grandma, do you mind if we head out for a little bit?
Have fun.
Okay. Lud, come here.
All right. And he
Okay.
walks with Element to where he's moving him aside.
Okay, I understand you. I understand you have a death wish, but you don't have to be so blatant about it.
My knowledge of cooking is safe, just deadly.
I am aware that she cooks that she usually cooks poison with the antidote inside the ingredients themselves. That is the reason why there is a reason why you more of America are still alive. But right now she's cooking with acid utensils. I don't think this is going to be as safe as you imagine it.
You saying I should make sure no one else eats this meal?
Yes. Yes, that is exactly what I'm saying. That is exactly what I'm saying.
Cirrus is chiming in. A little less that and more, maybe convince them that this might not be something to experiment with.
Hey, Grandma,
Yay.
I think I have a better ingredient than the glass potatoes.
They're not glass, they're just very crunch firm.
Yes, I think I have a better ingredient.
Okay.
Here, and I hand her the handkerchief full of magic splinter dust.
She'll take it and look at it. Hyper. I'll have to boil this for a long time. Boil.
Element tap his cheek. Okay. What is going through your mind right now, Loot?
What? Is there nothing I can do that's right?
I think he's just asking him to walk you through your process. How did you come to the conclusion?
It's just magic dust.
Loot. I know what you say your business is, but have you ever actually left the place you've been in?
Which one?
The place of business? Yours?
No, not really. It's just sawdust.
Sawdust is not usually that's edible. Also, that handkerchief is where you were having that dust that you gave to the tree, wasn't it?
Yes, that's the same handkerchief. I might have taken the dust that hit me and splintered me and put all that in the handkerchief.
That is not food. We're not vampires. I don't even think vampires eat this.
It's just possibly mana infused. Okay, fine, Grandma, I'm sorry. That ingredient's mana infused. Maybe.
That is not the problem here.
Oh, okay, then you can keep it, Grandma. Just between you and me.
Dude.
Okay, putting it, erasing handkerchief of magic dust.
All right. I feel like all of this is just glorious miscommunication at this point, or
Yes.
misunderstanding. So, Lute, I am curious. What is your understanding of the Izzet?
Let's see. They're usually considered to be mad scientists who do mechanical experimentation, uh, usually in the form of great technological wonders. They're a little eccentric, tend not to be that great socially, and they usually don't mix well with the other factions, meaning that in terms of equal ground, maybe getting straight to the point is better. Or possibly uh, icebreakers that advantage them specifically.
That is actually a
Close
perfect.
enough.
That is
Okay,
actually an almost perfect description. How
close
are you?
enough.
I am a bit astounded.
I'm
Uh,
just double checking because I feel as though there may be some lapses in your approach sometimes.
if you are aware of what the Izzet do, what would you think that letting your grandma use uh not even their not even what their experiments, but their utensils as food would be appropriate.
I,
That is
I I just trust grandma.
you. Why?
Eh,
I lived out of character because of Stockholm syndrome. You have to develop it to eat her food.
Cyrus is just kind of sitting there at the moment, just
Uh,
processing.
in character, let me see. I don't know, because she's my grandmother. I'm supposed to be there for her and trust her judgment.
I mean, I suppose that makes sense, but when her judgment is really not all there, you probably should do something to correct.
I think it's just an act, though.
I partly know that it is probably an act, and sometimes it's probably not an act. But at the moment, I can clearly see her using these things as ingredients. So I do not think it is an act at the moment.
All right. And I take out my dancer's enchanted ribbon, a a magic item I've had all along, and I whip it and grab the ingredients from Poison Grandma, and I whip them back in a to my hand.
I do wonder how she's going to react to that.
Link, you notice something. Your handkerchief is now very clean.
No, she can keep the handkerchief, the other ingredients. The potatoes.
And she's looking down at her cutting board. It is very broken.
Oh, she's already inside?
I
And
I mean-
cooking?
She's been cooking.
Oh,
She has been cooking. Remember that crunching sound that sounds like glass breaking? She is preparing the potato.
I thought she was still outside and just dropped the bag of potatoes and was like, potatoes.
No.
She's been
Okay.
cooking.
Well, clearly I can't stop her if she's already started.
You do realize you do realize at the very least your father and Morat are going to be eating whatever she's cooking, right? You may want to find a way to her.
Cyrus is just pausing at this point and turning to Poison Grandma again. Ma'am, excuse me, do you normally get all of your ingredients from that building? Oh dear.
I'm gonna write down that I got my napkin back.
Congratulations. Handkerchief reacquired.
Seasoning.
I understand that, but is that where you normally get your stuff?
I take much inspiration from what I get today. I see so many potential in so many things.
Are you sure you're not, is it?
What?
Are you sure you're not, is it?
I know they isn't. But no.
Okay. Can't help but feel like it is dangerous to stay in this room, but oh well.
Hey, poison grandma. Do you mind if we go out for a while? Luke
Oh,
may
sure,
not
go ahead.
may not be back for in time for dinner, but you can leave his you could leave his plate in the whatever the place is where we store that. I don't know what it.
Fridge.
Yeah, I guess the fridge.
Where are we going?
Element is taking you out before he actually says where we're going. We're going to a restaurant because I don't want you to eat whatever she's cooking right now.
Oh my. Oh, what restaurant are you bringing me?
I don't know. We'll think of something, but anywhere is better than here.
Alas, Cirrus is still in there out of morbid curiosity, if anything, at this point.
And to
You
admit,
too.
I want to eat this food too.
Mostly as Cirrus is now at this point, if anything, more curious about the quote-unquote ingredients and is inspecting. You all have fun.
All right, what restaurant we going to?
Is Sirius really just staying behind?
Unfortunately,
Oh,
you didn't exactly tell them to return anything, so there is a minor concern of I'm not sure this should be left unattended, and
Okay, fair enough.
Cirrus is just standing by in case this proves fatal.
I mean,
So,
is Rob here? By the way, I haven't heard him in a while.
Robin Nim. Oh, wait, they would have been with you. Heck,
I am
Yes.
here.
I did say earlier that we will all be in this, but nobody else has said anything besides you and me.
Rob!
Auctioneer Rob!
You're muted if you're talking.
You know, I honestly wonder what Nimble have said to whatever Poison Grandma was doing in her kitchen. Because I honestly think that would have been something he would have responded to, if nothing else, in Lutz's house.
Pioneering.
I'm pretty, like, Nim would have wanted to stay behind to watch Grim.
Didn't we establish that we could leave him with Craig? But if you really don't want to stay behind, then that's fine.
Nim would have stayed behind with watching Graham.
Okay. I guess it's
Alright,
probably
then.
for the best that you are not in this scene. So I guess it's just whether Corden follows us or not. But I guess Rob is not here.
Therefore, you have basically invited Loot on a date.
Why do you have to say it like that?
Well, because that is what you're doing. What restaurant?
I don't. There is only I. Yeah. I didn't think this far ahead, but I guess the first thing that comes to my mind would be the Resdora, but that sounds too fancy. Do you know any other restaurants in this part of the city?
I know some fancy restaurants, but if you're looking for something less fancy, there's that all-day breakfast place.
It is
Haha.
I don't think it's time for breakfast anymore.
It's all-day breakfast.
Oh, I see. Interesting. Well, I guess I wouldn't mind.
All right, so Loot and Element go to the all-day breakfast restaurant in the Horsov district, I believe.
What was it called again? Scrambled egg?
I can't remember.
Me neither.
I lost my notes too. My computer deleted them.
Oh,
A shame. Time for a casual meal, not a date.
Oh, look, they have chicken sandwiches for 2.
no, that actually sounds delicious.
Yeah, it's
Chicken sandwich.
they have chicken in and waffles hold them together.
Yes, they have a myriad of waffles.
And while we're ordering, I also order like 10 waffles to go and have it to
Why?
be delivered at Cray's house.
So you're ordering takeout
Yes.
with delivery driver to go to Cray's house.
Yes.
Element blinks. Why are you doing that? What?
I'm sure they'll be hungry after they get home from grandma's.
Nim, you don't realize Nim cooks all of the meals in the house, right?
No, I didn't. I would have.
Oh, I thought you knew that.
No.
My bad. Yeah, that is not the food of Gibbs is not really going to be of any effect, especially if they're from a cheap place.
Maybe don't say that out loud while you're in the restaurant.
I would say that like really low.
Okay. I thought you were going to say right to their face for a second.
The element wouldn't say that.
No. Okay. No, this place is nice. It's quaint. It's
Oh,
like a picnic dinner.
I don't doubt it. It's just that Nim does take his cooking very seriously.
Yeah.
Sometimes I don't understand his standards, but they are very high standards.
Hmm.
And if I remember correctly, the last set of pancakes that you sent, he didn't really do anything with them. So I don't think he likes them for some reason.
Hmm. You did leave them in the kitchen for some reason.
Lemon shrugs.
Okay, then they can send the 10 pancake dinner to the poorhouse.
Where?
I don't know. Where's a poorhouse? Send it to
I
the
mean-
local poorhouse.
I see. The homeless refuge.
Ah, okay, yeah, that makes sense. The homeless.
And I will pay 2 platinum for this meal.
That is a huge amount of money.
That's
Yes.
like a huge tip.
That's like $4,000.
For 10 waffles and a chicken
Whatever.
sandwich for 2?
Yes.
And let me blink. Why would you give them 2 platinum?
Well, I'm planning on.
You are overpaying by like 10 times at least.
Or
No, they worked very hard on our meal. They deserve a little tip.
that is more than a little tip. You understand how much 2 platinum is, don't you?
Well, about one of them would buy you a meal at where I used to work, so it's 2 tickets. Or
Okay,
you
so
get to see me for just for just 2.
okay,
So
so
it's
you're
1 visit to me.
You know you can. Element is gonna pick up their menu and put it on, give it to Lud. You understand that you can see their prices, right? Your
Yeah, I
But-
thought they were a little expensive. I mean, like,
the place
what's
where you
this? CP? Oh, no, that must be a G. So, like, 2 GP for water? Yeah.
Two gold pieces for water. What?
Yeah, right there. And he points to it. It's CP, but he thought it was GP.
Oh, uh, loot. That is not a G. That is a C. That's 2 copper.
I would like to kind of point out that you're not really overpaying it that much. I guess it depends on whether you like what. I would probably guess this would be in the modest range for a meal.
Yes, it's not very expensive. It's not a high-end place.
Mm-hmm.
So we'd be looking at 3 silver per meal.
Yep.
So he wouldn't be
Plus-
overpaying by that much.
No. Plus an order of 10 waffles plus delivery fee.
Yeah. If anything, I think he might be breaking even.
No, there's
gave
no
him-
way 20 gold would just be breaking even with that.
He gave them 2 platinum. That's how much is that in gold?
That's
20.
10. Yeah, 10 gold per platinum.
I don't know
It's
if
not
a
10
waffle is a
times.
meal though. That's
Well, he
it, like by
specified a
itself, it's
meal.
Yeah.
okay.
Like, the price of a feast is about 5 gold.
Feast banquet would be 10 gold per person.
Either way, I was thinking. I still think Element is not incorrect thinking that giving them 2 platinum is too much.
I would say it's probably about double.
I
Yeah,
think
that's
it's about 10 times.
That's fair enough.
You know, how much would it cost to buy this place, you think?
Buy it, as in owning the establishment itself?
Yes.
I wouldn't know. I am not in the Azurian. They are the ones that use stuff. Hmm? Why do you ask?
Oh, nothing. I'm just thinking of investing.
I see. Huh.
I have a sizable purse, but nothing to really use it on.
Meh. I suppose you've just been accumulating stuff since you haven't been able to get out much before Merrick adopted you.
Yeah, usually if I wanted to raise funds, I could just entertain, but I've been told not to for the foreseeable future.
Hmm. I'm guessing maybe you want to have your own establishment again. This one you used to work at is not available to you.
I don't know. I don't know what I should be doing.
Oh. Hmm.
Mm,
Well, considering your upbringing, I don't blame you for loss.
What do you do when you're not doing whatever this party does?
Well, I work at the borough, so I am a peacekeeper.
Hmm.
I patrol around the city to seek out injustices, and
And
I try to solve them.
in your free time?
Free time. I suppose most of my free time has actually been going with the group, and don't really think of besides just relax.
So you don't have any hobbies?
Well, I like reading when I get the chance to.
Hmm.
I use I before I got into my position, my current position at the Boros. I did used to visit some library and get a books and read when I had time. Besides
Mhm.
that, I don't really recall much else. There's also me training with my spear, but I would consider that part of my work.
Yeah. Well, you can enjoy some aspects of your work. I enjoy dancing.
There is something about a good spar that's been enjoyable to me whenever I train with my superiors.
I'm sure you're a very good Boros.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I have a lot of shortcomings, but I try my best.
And I'm sorry that I couldn't think of a good nickname for you.
Don't worry about it. That moment. I'm going to say it was a little bit cringe, but I am willing to let it go. And I can't stay mad at that forever. before you began giving us the names of, I thought your performance was pretty cool for the Rakto standard, at least. Or at least
Yes. They require a different touch than typical.
Mm-hmm.
Something more visceral.
You're not wrong. I kind of imagine they also enjoyed it when you got slapped by that can nowhere.
Yes, in fact, that seems to be the part they liked the most.
I don't doubt it. I suppose that must have left an impression on them.
Yes, and it left an impression on me too. Physically.
I tried to heal you as much as I could, but I am not a dedicated healer. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's alright. Well, I'm sure we enjoyed these 2 waffle chickens to their fullest.
Honestly, it was pretty yummy. Honestly, it is partly a reason why I wanted to head out with you. It was to get you away from the whatever your grandma is cooking, but it's also because of, well, I also wanted to talk with you a bit.
Oh, what about?
Well, I imagine you were quite distraught when the situation that happened earlier.
Yes. It's why I chose to drop the contract.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Well, honestly, that sounds for the best. Because I told Nim when it came to the contract, he didn't really seem phased by it. I honestly don't know. I honestly don't can't really think of anything that could occur so that he could begin to trust you.
At this point, I don't know many things either.
I think the two of you are actually in a very similar situation enough.
Yes, and judging by how people describe it, it makes it sound like we're in a relationship.
Ah, what?
People always describe us like we're a couple.
Who did that? I don't think I ever heard anybody say it like that. Are you sure this is not in your head?
Oh, Pluto described it pretty close to that.
Ah, you were discussing this with Pluto. Okay, I could probably see how you could have how you could have got into that conclusion considering Pluto, the way Pluto talks. But still,
Well, I'm not saying that they're saying we're a couple. I'm saying they describe us as if we were a couple.
ah,
A simile.
fair enough. Well, it is probably because you've been trying really hard to try and get his trust again.
Yeah.
It's being a little bit obsessive, if I be honest. But I can understand why, considering he is one of more outspoken members, I suppose. If I wanted to say it nicely.
It's the real barrier to entry, so to speak.
Yes, yes, that is the case. The thing is that well, he is paladin, or he was, but he still keeps to his oath. I'm not entirely sure how it is to be raised up in the Orza. I don't imagine you guys keep to oath all that often besides your contract.
Well, what is a contract but an oath?
You know, I suppose I had it in my head that they were a little bit different, but I wouldn't exactly know how to describe that. Still, it's still though. How if somebody betrays a contract at yours, how is it dealt with?
Typically, the contract has stipulations. Otherwise, the contract could be considered unenforceable, or it could be handed to collectors. After that, usually, if there are no stipulations, a contract would have to be renegotiated in order to include one. He says very clinically.
Fair enough.
But suffice it to say, the Orsov do not like it when people break their contracts, so they're usually quite punishing or even lack an ability to leave the contract for any reason.
Yeah. I suppose you might be able to see why exactly Nim is so cross with you in that regard. Because, well, our paladin oaths are basically our contracts, and while this wasn't explicitly a contract that you signed, the entire situation that occurred with Nim, it was basically you breaking his trust. And the moment you break his trust, Nim gets really, really aggressive. Because trust is something that he values very deeply.
Well, he also did try to kill Noir Ashfell on the spot as soon as he saw him.
Going in with your disguise was a very bad idea. Partly because, well, you were using the name Ashbells, partly because you were wearing perfume.
Oh, of course. Has to be a well-made disguise.
Yes, I understand that, but the thing is that Nim recognizes people by their scent. If you have a different scent, he wouldn't recognize you, and thus he thought you were an entirely different person. And if you were an entirely different person, he'd be compelled to attack you because you announced yourself as an Ash. If you have come into the house as Lud, he might have not been happy with it, but he probably wouldn't have attacked first and ask questions later. At least I hope he wouldn't have, but I'm pretty sure he wouldn't have.
But ultimately, I'm tired of the excuses.
I mean, it isn't really. I mean, I don't really think it's an excuse. It's it's you really broke his. You basically betray him in that regard with that entire shit again.
Yeah.
I am.
Say before I did anything, I was attacked before I did anything.
I understand, and if that entire trial was simply because Nim attacked you, I think he might have understood. Again, he wouldn't have been happy about it, but I think he would have understood. But the fact that the fact that you used that trial to steal something behind, to steal something behind his back was what really upset him.
Mhm.
Especially because the thing you stole is something that he wanted to use to protect his friends and Ravnica as a whole. That's what it was what made him so cross with it all.
Yeah.
Because
But
because messing with his friends is the one thing Nim cannot tolerate.
Yeah.
Besides bad food.
Yeah. Well, I am tired of trying to win back his approval. Not that I had it.
That is understandable. I honestly wish I could help. I honestly wish I could help her. But as a paladin, I know just how stubborn we can get. I am one of the more mellow ones out there.
Yeah. I have a new ability to protect myself, but I'm not sure that will be sufficient.
What is it? What is this new ability?
Well, you know about mana abilities, I assume.
Yes, I know.
And with
I
yourselves and
yes, I'm aware of that. I've been sort of developing one. Although I think even for myself, mine is particularly unique.
Well, I have the ability to use my mana now to force my inner magic to either be exuded or to just fill it with me alone.
Elementials said, what exactly does that do?
I can either take up the sword or take up the staff.
Oh.
What do you want to see, I guess?
Well, can't really do it in the middle of the restaurant, but we should probably go somewhere else where you can show me. I am actually curious.
All right then.
Okay. We can probably find some secluded place nearby to do it.
All right. Well, we are near the warehouse district of the Orsov.
Okay.
Probably could find an abandoned warehouse.
Good to me.
Indeed, you are. However, I will also say we're rapidly approaching the 6-hour.
Yep, I was just about to say we're gonna go ahead and call it here.
Honestly, this sounds like a good place to end it off.
Yep.
Yes, I was kind of waiting for a nice spot like this one.
And out of character, he showed him all the cool stuff. Or in character, he showed him all the cool stuff, but it will be off screen.
I mean, we can still do this starting next session.
Yes.
That's true.
Alright, everyone. Thank you all so much for joining us for Guild Tales Dungeons and Dragons. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Twitter, Patreon, and more. They're on the website as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, donators, and subscribers. It is because of your support that I'm able to continue bringing these streams to you all. I really cannot do this without your guys' help and support, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It is one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by simply sharing the stream around. We will be back in just a few minutes. We're going to be watching a little interview thing that was done with Nim, and it's on a different channel thing. We'll see. You'll see. Anyways, thanks all so much for joining so far, and I bid you the most fondest adieu.
Good night.
Bye.
Oh, there's Rob.
Yeah.